Chapter 3281. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, saying, "Tell me, what's the matter? I'll try my best to help you." "I'm sure you can help." Yueqing smiled and said, "Now our Tianyue Tower is almost all over the eastern continent, so Sister Miao Miao and I are going to develop in the other 3 continents." "So soon?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Soon?" Yueqing was stunned. "It's only been a few years, but you've already spread all over the eastern continent. You two are quite capable." Qin Feiyang was amazed. Even with the help of Zhuo Tianxing and the other 2, it was not easy to develop so quickly. It seemed that he had underestimated these 2 women before. "We're just trying to make a living. We're still far from Qin Dage." Yueqing and Yi Miao quickly waved their hands. "Don't be modest." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Where are you going to develop next?" "I heard that you're going to the western continent, so I was thinking, why don't we go there with you? We'll develop the western continent first, then go to the northern and southern continents." Yueqing said. "Go to the western continent?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "The western continent is the territory of the Blood Hall. Your Tianyue Tower is quite famous now, so the Blood Hall must know you. Aren't you afraid that the Blood Hall will make trouble for you if you go to the western continent?" "Of course they will make trouble for you. But we're just doing business. As long as it doesn't threaten the interests of the Blood Hall, it should be fine." Yueqing said. "It's hard to say." Qin Feiyang shook his head. If the Blood Hall thought that the Tianyue Tower was a spy from the eastern continent, they would definitely not allow it to establish itself in the western continent. All in all, it was a very risky thing to do. However, this was Yueqing and Yi Miao's choice. If they insisted on going, he would not stop them. Yueqing pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Then let's go and take a look first. If it doesn't work out, we'll talk to the Blood Hall and see what their attitude is. If they can give us a foothold, we are willing to sacrifice some benefits. You don't have to tell me about this. You can decide for yourselves. After all, I am not very helpful to you all. At the very most, I will only be able to bring you all to the western continent." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's enough. If Big Brother Yun were here, we wouldn't have bothered you because Big Brother Yun has grasped the laws of space and time. However, Miao Miao and I do not possess any space-time laws or space-time teleportation divine artifacts. Thus, we could only come to you for help." Yueqing smiled. "Where is Yun Xiang now? It's been so many years, but there's still no news of him." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "We don't know either. We tried to contact him, but we couldn't." Yueqing shook her head. "This person is really mysterious." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "He's the kind of person who goes with the flow and drifts around. He's not that mysterious." Yueqing smiled faintly, then asked, "When will you depart for the western continent?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "We'll see. It should be within the next 2 days." "All right then. Let me know when you're leaving. I'll meet up with you." Yueqing said. "You're going alone?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. After all, the eastern continent needs someone to look after it. Therefore, Sister Miao Miao has to stay. Yueqing nodded. "All right then." Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's settled then." Yueqing immediately beamed and said, "Why don't you come to our Tianyue restaurant for a visit? We'll prepare some good wine and dishes as thanks." "There's no need for that. I'm not that interested in eating and drinking." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "All right." Yueqing nodded and said with a smile, "Then we'll go back first. After all, we'll be leaving in the next 2 days. There's something I need to arrange." "Go ahead." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 2 women put down their teacups and got up to leave. How ambitious! Looking at their backs, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed. How did Yueqing and Yi Miao know that he was going to the western continent? One had to know. Only the big shots knew that he was going to the western continent. Boom! At this moment, 2 auras descended above the city governor's mansion. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look and was slightly stunned. The people who had come were actually Yi Tian and Xing De. Xing De looked down at the city governor's mansion and soon saw Qin Feiyang. He immediately took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang with Yi Tian. Greetings, young master. Xingde immediately bowed to Qin Feiyang. Young master? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is the Vice Alliance leader's order. He wants me to serve you and protect your safety in the Western continent. Xingde replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang was stunned. His master was willing to send Xingde to protect him? Xingde and his two brothers were his master's confidants. Especially Xingde, whose cultivation had reached the sovereign realm and was deeply trusted by his master. Letting Xingde accompany him to the Western continent to protect his safety was enough to show his position in his master's heart. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then do you know why I'm going to the Western continent?" Xingde nodded. "Are you not afraid of death?" Qin Feiyang asked. Xingde replied, "I'll protect you even if I have to die." Qin Feiyang smiled. He looked at Yi Tian and asked, "Then big brother Yi, what about you? Don't tell me you're going to accompany me to the Western continent too?" "I'm not that kind. I'm just being chased here by my grandfather." Yi Tian pouted. "Chased here?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "He told me to follow you guys and use you guys as my helpers. He wants me to learn from you and Madman Mo. Right now, I feel like you two are his real grandsons. I'm just someone he picked up from the riverside." Yi Tian was displeased. "Ha!" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "Stop laughing. It's annoying." Yi Tian glared at Qin Feiyang. Xingde was also going to the Western continent, but he actually made Xingde and Qin Feiyang the leader. Wasn't this clearly biased? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Xingde suddenly asked, "By the way, young master, Lu Jingyuan should also be here, right?" "Last night, he specially rushed over from Wind Sea City to catch up with me." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'm also looking for him and Zhuo Tianxing." Xingde said. "Why are you looking for them?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Swish. Speak of the devil. Lu Jingyuan, Zhuo Tianxing, and Elder Yu flew over like lightning and landed in front of the three. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Xing and young Master Yi Tian." Xingde didn't conceal his aura. Hence, they immediately sensed it and rushed over. "You guys came at the right time. The vice leader wants me to ask you, which one of you is willing to go to the Alliance capital to take over the position of the 10th Elder?" Xingde looked at Zhuo Tianxing and Lu Jingyuan and asked, "Is he really asking us to take over the position of the 10th Elder?" The two of them looked at each other. As for Elder Yu, his cultivation was still at the peak of the sovereign realm. He was indeed not qualified. Of course. He wouldn't fight for it. Xingde said, "The vice leader also said to avoid harming the relationship. You guys can decide for yourselves." Decide for ourselves? The two of them were astonished. How could it be so childish? However, when they saw Qin Feiyang beside them, they understood. This matter was definitely related to Qin Feiyang. Because they had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, if they directly chose one of them, they would offend the other. Hence, it was better to let the two of them make their own choice. They didn't expect that there would be such a day. Because of Qin Feiyang, their value in the vice leader's eyes had greatly increased. Zhuo Tianxing thought for a moment and smiled at Lu Jingyuan. "You go. You're about to break through to the peak sovereign realm. I've just broken through to the peak sovereign realm. You're more qualified than me. It's better for you to go. I'm alone and have no children. There's no need for me to waste this resource. You're different. You have a son and a daughter. If you enter the Alliance capital, it will be helpful for their future development and growth." Lu Jingyuan thought for a moment and said to Zhuo Tianxing, "You're being modest?" Xingde was slightly stunned. This was the position of an elder. Once he became the 10th elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, he would have a meteoric rise. It seemed like the relationship between the two of them wasn't shallow. No. I'm really not suitable." Zhuo Tianxing hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although you don't have children, you're Xian Er's adoptive father. You're no different from a biological daughter. Hence, when you enter the Alliance capital, they can still look for you. Furthermore, they're in the Black Tortoise world and don't lack resources." But Lu Jingyuan frowned. "Enough. It's decided then. You go to the Alliance capital. Zhuo Tianxing waved his hand. Alright. Lu Jingyuan nodded. Actually, Zhuo Tianxing knew his own limitations. Whether it was cultivation or ability, he couldn't compare to Lu Jingyuan. Back then, he was able to become the Vice City Lord of Windsea City because of Lu Jingyuan's help. Hence, to him, Lu Jingyuan had nurtured him. If he were to fight with Lu Jingyuan now, wouldn't that be the same as being ungrateful? Since you've decided, Lu Jingyuan, go and prepare. You'll report to the Alliance capital in 2 days. Also, the City Lord of Windsea City will be replaced by you, Elder Yu. Xingde looked at Elder Yu and said without a smile. Elder Yu was stunned. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, with my little ability and strength, how can I manage such a big city? Lord Xing, you should choose someone else. This isn't my decision. It's the Vice City Lord's decision. No matter who goes to the Alliance capital, Lu Jingyuan or Zhuo Tianxing will take over their position. Xingde said. This, Elder Yu looked at Lu Jingyuan and Zhuo Tianxing for help. He was already annoyed to death by being the Vice City Lord. Now that he had to be the City Lord, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life in the future. Lu Jingyuan smiled and said, The Vice City Lord wants you to take over our position. That's because he trusts you. What else do you want? Disobeying orders? That's a death sentence. That's right. If you want to die, you can refuse. We won't stop you. Zhuo Tianxing also looked at him mockingly. You guys? Elder Yu looked at the two of them angrily. In the end, he helplessly lowered his head and looked at Xingde. I accept your orders. Have some confidence in yourself. Xingde encouraged. I have confidence, but I won't be able to live a leisurely life in the future. Elder Yu sighed. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, he just wanted to live a leisurely life. Chapter 3282. This was a happy ending for everyone. Zhuo Tianxing and the other two were still considering whether to accept Chu Yun's invitation and turn to the Demon Palace. Now it seemed that there was no need for that. Everyone chatted for a while, and Yi Tian took the initiative to go to the Black Tortoise World to cultivate. Because the Black Tortoise World's time array was double that of the Hall of the Exalted. Since he had already been rushed over, he naturally had to cherish this opportunity. Lu Jingyuan and the other two also left one after another. After all, they all had important positions and couldn't accompany Qin Feiyang all the time. Xingde followed Qin Feiyang all the time, never leaving his side. Now, Qin Feiyang had nothing to worry about, so he naturally wouldn't reject it like before. In the pavilion, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, thinking about something while drinking tea. Xingde stood at the side, not saying a word the whole time, and his expression was extremely humble. Qin Feiyang inadvertently noticed Xingde's situation and asked suspiciously, Why are you standing there? Sit down and drink tea. There's a difference between master and servant. Xingde shook his head. What difference between master and servant? You're a senior and master's confidant. It's my honor to be able to protect me personally. Moreover, I don't have a master and servant relationship with anyone. If you don't mind, we can get along as friends. Qin Feiyang smiled. Xingde shook his head again. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel helpless. Why was he so stubborn? He got up and said, Then let's go to the Demon Tower. Xingde respectfully replied. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, feeling powerless. But just as he took a step, he stopped and shook his head. I'd better not go out now to avoid causing a commotion. I think so too. Now you're a celebrity in the Eastern continent. Once you walk out of the City Lord's mansion, you'll definitely become the center of attention. Xingde nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before looking at Xingdao. How about this? You make a trip to the Devil Tower on my behalf, see if there are any 7th, 8th, or 9th order High God Realm Pillfires. If there are, help me buy 3 clusters of each. Also, if there are any 10th order High God Realm Pill Furnaces, help me buy one as well. Yes. Boss Xing bowed and replied. Aren't you just asking me why I need so much alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. This is the principle of being a subordinate. Just listen to orders and don't ask for reasons. Xing Dao. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He hadn't noticed this before, but after interacting with him like this, he felt that this person was really boring. He then said, also, by some teleportation altars. All right. Boss Xing nodded, then turned around and left. Wait, I'm not done yet. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped Xing De. De Xing turned around and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. His eyes flashed as he said, help me monitor another person. Monitor someone? Boss Xing was stunned for a moment. This person is called Yueqing. She's the owner of Tianyue Tower. She'll be going to the western mainland with me in 2 days. However, I want to know her whereabouts, including who she's in contact with. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. Boss Xing nodded and asked, do you have any other instructions? Nope. Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this moment, Boss Xing turned around and left. After watching Boss Xing leave, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, took a sip of tea and muttered, I hope you don't have any problems. He was very concerned about this suspicious point. Only the big shots knew that he was going to the western mainland, so it couldn't have been spread. Then, where did Yueqing get the news from? Although Tianyue Tower had developed, to be honest, their network was far from enough to find out about this. As for speculation, that was even more impossible. Because even if everyone knew that the Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor were still in the hands of the Blood Hall, as long as he didn't express his stance, no one would know if he would go to the Blood Hall to rescue them. Besides, Yueqing's words didn't have any traces of speculation. Yueqing was already sure that he was going to the western mainland. This didn't make sense. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Qin Feiyang had been staying in the City Lord Mansion. He didn't go anywhere and didn't do anything. He was completely in a relaxed state. Because he was going to the western mainland soon, and once he stepped into the western mainland, he would definitely be in danger. Therefore, he had to adjust his state. In the morning, Qin Feiyang got up, washed up, and walked out of the courtyard. Looking at the calm lake, there was a cold light in his eyes. No matter what, he had to rescue the Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged Emperor this time. At this moment, Boss Xing returned and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. How was it? Qin Feiyang asked. In the past 2 days, whether it was Yueqing or Yi Miao, they were all very normal. Moreover, the people they came into contact with were basically the tower masters of the various branches, Boss Xing reported truthfully. So, I'm thinking too much? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, then did they send a message to anyone? They definitely sent a message. But they were all unimportant people. In short, I didn't find anything suspicious. Boss Xing, all right. I hope I'm overthinking. After Qin Feiyang said that, he smiled and said, what about the pill fire and pill furnace? You asked for too many, and the demon tower won't be able to produce them in a short period of time. As for the 10th level divine rank pill furnace, this level is already the best. The demon tower doesn't have it at the moment. However, the tower master of the demon tower in Cloud Sea City said that he will report this matter to Chu Yun and ask for it directly from her. Boss Xing Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, you have teleportation altars, right? Of course. Boss Xing nodded, took out a universe ring, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the universe ring and checked it. It was filled with palm-sized teleportation altars. There were at least 1 million of them, enough for him to use for a long time. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. But aren't you going to say goodbye to the alliance? Boss Xing was stunned. There's no need. Since Master asked you and Brother Yi to come to Cloud Sea City to look for me, he must have expected that I wouldn't go back. So, there's no need to go back and add to the sorrow of parting. Qin Feiyang smiled, took out the divine message stone, and sent a message to Yueqing. After receiving the message, Yueqing immediately rushed to the city lord's estate. Then, Qin Feiyang opened the gate of time and space and brought Yueqing and Boss Xing to the sky above Sky Cloud Island. Is this the Western continent? Yueqing looked around suspiciously. Of course not. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked down at the island, and soon found the little rabbit. At a certain place halfway up the mountain, The little rabbit was lying on a rock, holding a jug of wine. She squinted her eyes and basked in the sun while drinking the divine wine. She was as relaxed as she could be. "It's him." Boss Xing's pupils shrank when he saw the little rabbit. "You know him too?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. In the various forces of the sky cloud realm, as long as one has some knowledge, who doesn't know about its existence? Boss Xing thought. Then what role does he play in the sky cloud realm? Is he really the legendary beast god? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I don't know. Not only me, but the leaders of the various forces also don't know whether he is the beast god or not. Because no one has ever seen the true face of the beast god." Boss Xing transmitted his voice. "So mysterious?" Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. "However, we speculate that even if this little rabbit isn't the beast god, it is definitely related to the beast god. Moreover, its strength is unfathomable. Therefore, in our sky cloud realm, even the big shots of the four superforces are extremely courteous to it." Boss Xing thought. "I can see that." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "What a cute little rabbit." Suddenly, Yueqing exclaimed in joy and flew towards the little rabbit. "Don't!" Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped her, but it was too late. Yueqing had already rushed to the little rabbit and hugged it, looking at it fondly. Qin Feiyang and Boss Xing looked at each other. This was really like the old saying, "Those who don't know are fearless." If Yueqing knew about the little rabbit's strength and identity, she would definitely be frightened. "Little rabbit, why are you so cute? Come with me, okay? I will protect you in the future." The more Yueqing looked, the more she liked it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly flew over and was about to explain to the little rabbit. The little rabbit also looked at Yueqing strangely. Where did this silly woman come from? She actually dared to touch it? It suddenly said, "If I go with you, do you have wine?" Yueqing was slightly stunned. Only then did she notice the wine jar the little rabbit was holding. She said unhappily, "Why would a little rabbit like you drink wine? Drinking too much is not good for your body. If you don't have wine, then shut up." A terrifying aura suddenly roared out from the little rabbit's body. Yueqing was immediately sent flying. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. What? She was stunned on the spot. This aura had actually reached the perfection stage sovereign realm. "Big brother, please have mercy." Qin Feiyang hurriedly pleaded for leniency. "Big brother?" Boss Xing couldn't help but be stunned. Yueqing also looked at Qin Feiyang and the little rabbit in a daze. This little rabbit was actually Qin Feiyang's big brother? The little rabbit glanced at Yueqing and asked, "You brought this silly woman here?" "She wants to go to the Western continent with me. It's on the way, so I came to see you and give you some black tortoise divine wine." Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing the black tortoise divine wine, the little rabbit's eyes lit up. It said, "All right, for your sake, I won't bicker with her. But in the future, don't just bring anyone to Sky Cloud Island." I know. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. With a wave of his hand, 50 jars of black tortoise divine wine appeared. "So much?" The little rabbit was stunned for a moment. Then, it pounced on the jars and rolled around like a happy little kid. Looking at this scene, Xing Da's entire body froze. Although he rarely saw this little rabbit, it was the first time he saw it so happy. He couldn't help but wonder if this was really the little rabbit he was familiar with. Isn't it because Big Brother likes it? That's why Little Brother sent more people to brew it for you day and night. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Uncle Rabbit didn't misjudge. You're a good little brother." The little rabbit chuckled happily, her face about to blossom. "Then Big Brother, can you accompany me to the Western continent? Look, I don't know where the Western continent is. I also don't know how far it is. With my speed, I don't know how long it will take." Qin Feiyang smiled. The little rabbit was slightly stunned when it heard this. Then, it looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain and said, "Uncle Rabbit knew you were up to no good. Accompanying you to the Western continent, isn't it obvious that you want Uncle Rabbit to be your personal bodyguard? Kid, you're quite calculative. You want Uncle Rabbit to be your free fighter for just a few jars of wine. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. That was indeed his intention. He wanted to trick the little rabbit into going to the Western continent first and then find a way to keep it by his side. This way, when the little rabbit came personally, wouldn't the blood hall obediently release it immediately? Unfortunately, this little thought in his heart was directly seen through by this little rabbit. Accompanying you to the Western continent is impossible. You have to rely on yourself for this kind of thing. Moreover, Uncle Rabbit and the four major forces have long made a pact. We can't interfere with the matters of the four continents. The little rabbit rolled its eyes at Qin Feiyang. Then, it waved its little paw and a space-time passage appeared. It said, "The other end of the passage is a small town at the edge of the Western continent. It's very safe. Don't worry about it." All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. There was a trace of helplessness in his expression. He turned to look at Xingda and Yueqing and said, "Let's go." Then, the three of them stepped into the space-time passage one after another. "Brat, you still want to trick Uncle Rabbit? Hee hee, you'll be in for a treat later." Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two who disappeared into the space-time passage, the little rabbit's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 3283. The Western Continent. There was a vast mountain range at the center of the continent. The mountain range was extremely huge, and it practically occupied a tenth of the entire continent. There were countless strange peaks, towering ancient trees, and formidable ferocious beasts that could be seen everywhere. Amongst them, 9 mountain ranges were the most unique. These 9 mountain ranges were around 30 kilometers tall, and they were like 9 enormous dragon veins that lay across the mountain range. This place was named after these 9 mountain ranges, and it was called the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range. It was a restricted area of the Western continent. A restricted area was naturally a place where ordinary people couldn't step foot into. On the Western continent, only the Blood Hall could possess such a deterrent force. In other words, the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range was the Blood Hall's lair. Figures frequently appeared within the mountain range, and they were practically all disciples of the Blood Hall. They were either travel-worn or tempering themselves within the mountain range. Even though the mountain range was extremely huge, it seemed extremely bustling. I've been really unlucky recently. I've been waiting in the exchange pavilion for so long, yet I haven't even encountered a decent treasure. How can I encounter one every single day? It depends on my luck. Looks like my luck hasn't been very good recently. However, even though I haven't encountered any treasures, I heard quite a bit of news. What news? Besides that fellow Qin Feiyang, what else could there be? It's Qin Feiyang again? Exactly. Even though he's on the Eastern continent, everyone on the Western continent knows about him. Go take a look at the various restaurants. They're all talking about him. I heard that Elder Hai suffered a huge loss in the Eastern continent. It was 2 young men who were talking. Both of them were around the age of 20, and their cultivations were at the undead realm. One of them was a robust young man with a scar on his face, and he seemed quite ferocious. The other person was rather thin, wore green clothes, and had a shrewd glow in his eyes. Both of them flew towards the depths of the mountain range as they discussed in low voices. What? He suffered a huge loss again? The scarred man gazed at the green-clothed man with shock. The green-clothed man nodded, and then he glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. I heard that he was captured by Qin Feiyang, the Independent Cultivator Alliance, and the Devil Hall in Ocean of Cloud City, and he was forced to detonate his body. It can't be. Elder Hai actually detonated his body. The scarred man was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of it. Are you kidding? Qin Feiyang alone is enough to kill old Hai. After all, he has a Dominator Divine weapon. He even has a slaughter domain that is comparable to a Dominator Divine weapon. Not to mention, he has joined forces with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Devil Palace. If old Hai doesn't self-destruct, he will definitely fall into their hands. The azure-robed man said in a low voice. Then wouldn't our Blood Hall lose another big shot? The great deacon has just died, and old Hai has also fallen. This is a fatal blow to our Blood Hall. The scarred man whispered. It was hard to believe that old C would explode his own body. You think too much. If Old Hai had really fallen, why didn't the higher-ups make any moves? If I'm not mistaken, Old Hai must have left his divine soul in the blood hall when he went to the eastern continent. That's why he chose to self-detonate without hesitation. But with Old Hai's current reputation, that is, sigh. It's fine if you don't say it. If you do, even I, a disciple of the blood hall, will feel ashamed. The azure-robed man shook his head and sighed. How could Old Hai, the deputy hall master of the blood hall and a big shot in the sky cloud realm, do such a shameful thing? Even if he wasn't afraid of losing face, he had to think about the blood hall. Don't. You're only saying half of it. Aren't you deliberately keeping me in suspense? The scarred man looked at the azure-robed man with dissatisfaction when he heard this. The azure-robed man pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice. Then I'll tell you. Don't run around and talk nonsense. If Old Hai knows about this, we'll all be finished. Don't worry. I'm a tight-lipped person. The scarred man grinned. I heard. The azure-robed man looked around again and then told the azure-robed man in detail what he had heard. Although it was just hearsay, it wasn't far from the truth. No way. Is Old Hai stupid? Why would he do such a thing? Isn't this deliberately ruining the reputation of our blood hall? Let alone you, even I feel ashamed now. In the future, when we go out and face the people of the Demon Palace, Sacred Palace, and Divine Palace, we'll be inferior to them. The scarred man shook his head. Smart all your life, but stupid this time. If you really hated Qin Fei Yang, you could have killed him openly. Even if you were defeated by him in the end, others would at least say that you were a courageous person. But you used such a shameful method and failed. You were forced to self-destruct. This was simply a huge joke. So now, the people of the Western continent no longer take pride in entering the blood hall. This time, I've really embarrassed myself all the way to my grandmother's house. The azure-robed man shook his head. It wasn't just the disciples of the blood hall. Even some elders were discussing this in private. Say, how could Old Hai do such a thing? How will our blood hall face the people of the major forces in the future? What Old Hai did this time not only angered the people of the eastern continent, but even the people of the western continent snorted in disdain. This was simply a disgrace to the western continent. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the scarred man and the young man. The two of them were shocked. They hurriedly looked up and saw the void above them twisting crazily. A space-time crack slowly appeared. This is the space-time law. It seems like Old Hai is the only person in the blood hall who has mastered the space-time law. But didn't Old Hai self-destruct his body? Even if he left his soul in the blood hall, it's impossible for him to reconstruct his soul and divine body so quickly. Who could it be? The two of them looked at the space-time crack in surprise. Not only the two of them, but all the disciples nearby also stopped and looked up at the space-time crack. The Nine-Dragon Mountain Range was a forbidden area in the western continent. Other than the disciples of the blood hall, no matter who it was, they had to go through a notice and obtain permission from the higher-ups before they could enter the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range. Therefore, even if there were other people in the western continent who had mastered the space-time law, they wouldn't dare to descend from the skies so brazenly. Therefore, they concluded that the person was definitely not from the western continent. If it wasn't from the western continent, it had to be someone from the Demon Hall, Temple of Gods, and Sky Hall. Moreover, it had to be one of the leaders of the three major forces. This was because only the leaders of the three major forces had the guts to descend directly above the Nine-Dragon Mountain Range. Under everyone's gazes, three figures finally strode out of the space-time crack. The leader was a young man in white. He had a slender figure and a jade-like face. There was a faint smile between his brows. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a long black robe. His aura was unfathomable. He was serious in speech and manner, and his face was cold. He gave off a cold feeling that kept people at arm's length. The last one was a woman in a long white dress. Her facial features were beautiful, and her figure was petite and tall. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she exuded a stunning beauty. Why does this young man in white look so familiar? The man in green below frowned. He wasn't the only one. The burly man with a scar and the others beside him were also looking at the young man in white with a puzzled expression. It's him. Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, no one knew who cried out in surprise, but it instantly caused an uproar. That's right. I've seen his portrait. He's Qin Feiyang. He actually came directly to our blood hall? Is this a blatant provocation? Anger immediately surged in everyone's eyes. They had long heard that this person was very arrogant and even challenged all the core disciples of their blood hall during the exchange meet. However, they didn't expect him to be so arrogant that he came to their blood hall so brazenly. This is the Western mainland? Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two again. Qin Feiyang and Yueqing looked around curiously and didn't notice the people below. However, Boss Xing had already noticed, and his eyes were full of surprise. What was going on? Didn't Little Rabbit say that the other end of the transmission channel was a small town at the edge of the Western mainland? But why did this seem to be the Blood Hall's lair, the Nine Dragon Mountain Range? What's going on? Where's the promised small town? Finally, Qin Feiyang and Yuyin also noticed the situation below. The mountain range stretched as far as the eye could see. They didn't see any towns, but on a few mountain peaks in the depths, many ancient halls could be seen. Each hall exuded an ancient aura, like ancient fierce beasts lurking on the mountain peaks. Moreover, on top of the 9 dragon-like mountain ridges, they also saw caves. Almost every cave had a powerful aura. This isn't a small town. Boss Xing glanced around and finally locked his eyes on those ancient halls and said in a deep voice, "Not a small town?" The two were slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Then where is this?" "This is the 9 Dragons Mountain Range, the lair of the Blood Hall." Boss Xing said word by word, and his tone was extremely solemn. "What? The lair of the Blood Hall?" The two's expressions immediately froze. They didn't know what the 9 Dragons Mountain Range was. However, as long as one wasn't an idiot, one could understand that this was the headquarters of the Blood Hall. In other words, Little Rabbit sent them to the lair of the Blood Hall? "Qin Feiyang, you actually came to the 9 Dragons Mountain Range. Are you bullying the Blood Hall?" Suddenly, a roar was heard. 9 figures rushed out from the ancient halls in the distance, and with monstrous anger, they rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang and the other two raised their heads to look. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, the aura they emitted had reached the level of perfection sovereign realm. Not good. They are the 9 great deacons of the Blood Hall. Their status in the Blood Hall is the same as the 10 great elders of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They are all overlords whose names shake the sky cloud realm. Boss Xing's pupils contracted. Damn. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he quickly looked at the 9 great deacons with murderous aura and asked, "If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" When Boss Xing and Yueqing heard this, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. They had already come to the lair of the Blood Hall, and he said it was a misunderstanding? Only ghosts would believe it. Chapter 3284. The Blood Hall disciples below were also speechless. Misunderstanding? If they went to the Demonic Hall or the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and were found out, would you believe it? The 9 deacons were also stunned at first, but then they became even angrier. Did they think they were fools? They had already come to the 9 Dragons Mountain Range, and they still said it was a misunderstanding? The 9 of them were full of murderous aura. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good and roared, "Damn Little Rabbit, I'll settle the score with you later. Xingde, retreat." Xingde had been waiting for Qin Feiyang to say that. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Qin Feiyang and Yueqing, and then he used the supreme level support technique and turned around to leave the 9 Dragons Mountain Range. What a joke. This was the Blood Hall's nest. No matter how bold he was, he did not dare to stay here. He ran away? Didn't he come to find trouble? Could it be a misunderstanding? He was cursing some Little Rabbit just now. Could it be that he was tricked by some unreliable guy? The Blood Hall disciples below looked quite stunned. If Qin Feiyang heard this, he would definitely give these people a thumbs up and say that they were wise. He had been tricked by the Little Rabbit. They had agreed to go to a small town at the edge, But he had been brought to the Blood Hall's nest directly? Was he trying to kill him? He had never seen such a trap. Qin Feiyang? At the same time, there was a courtyard on a deeper mountain peak. A blood-haired old man suddenly walked out and stared at the void in front of him, his eyes full of doubts. This person was the Blood Hall Master. He had expected Qin Feiyang to come to the Western continent, but he did not expect that Qin Feiyang would dare to come to the Nine Dragons mountain range directly. He thought he had heard wrong. As soon as he came out, he released his divine thought and found that it was really Qin Feiyang. "Little bastard, you're courting death." Immediately, he roared angrily and cut through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Clang. At the same time, the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and the horsetail whisk, the two sovereign divine weapons, appeared with mighty power and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. Not good. Xingde also sensed the aura of the Blood Hall Master and the two Dominator divine weapons. His expression changed drastically. As for Yueqing, her face was as white as a sheet of paper. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation as soon as they entered the Western continent? Now, if she were to say that she had nothing to do with Qin Feiyang and was purely here to do business, would the people of the Blood Hall believe her? Definitely not. Now, in the eyes of the Blood Hall, she was Qin Feiyang's accomplice. This little rabbit really caused people to die. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. He was also having a headache. It would have been better if he had known in advance. At least he would have been mentally prepared. But now, he was completely caught off guard. He had no idea what to do. Calm down. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned around to look at the 9 deacons. As for the Blood Hall Master and the two sovereign divine weapons, they hadn't caught up yet and couldn't see them. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He already had an idea. Since this was the headquarters of the Blood Hall, the people of the Blood Hall would definitely have concerns. Because if they really started a war here, Qin Feiyang wouldn't suffer any losses. On the contrary, the Blood Hall would suffer the greatest loss. Therefore, since they were going to start a war, the Blood Hall would definitely wait for them to leave the Nine Dragon Mountain range. This way, the Blood Hall wouldn't be affected. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked at Xingde and asked, "Are you familiar with the Western continent?" "Not very. I've only been here a few times." Xingde answered truthfully. "Don't say a few times. Just once is enough." Qin Feiyang smiled. Because as long as he had been to the Western continent, he would definitely know the coordinates of other places. Although the ancestors weren't with him now and the space-time gate had been used, he still had Yitian and Snowflake with him. Snowflake, a heaven-defying divine weapon, had the space-time law. Yitian had mastered the space-time law. Therefore, as long as he had the coordinates, he could easily escape. He made a prompt decision. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Snowflake appeared. Yitian must be cultivating, so it was better not to disturb him. "Give it a coordinate," Qin Feiyang said. Xingde thought for a while and said, "Then go to the Mad Bull Mountain." After saying that, he told Snowflake the coordinates. Snowflake heard it and immediately opened a space-time transmission channel. "Want to leave?" "Not so easy." The 9 deacons crazily attacked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Xingde, show me your power of law." Xingde was stunned. "Can you beat them?" Qin Feiyang was speechless and then said, "I asked you to bombard the 9 Dragon Mountain range. When the time comes, they will protect the 9 Dragon Mountain range and the Blood Hall disciples below. They won't be able to stop us." "I see." Xingde smiled awkwardly. Boom. In an instant, 6 profound supernatural abilities appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at it. "Wow, this is incredible. The laws of sword, the laws of war, the laws of earth, the laws of fire, the laws of metal, the laws of water, all of them were the 5th profound. This lethality was extraordinary. If they really bombarded the mountain range below, half of the 9 Dragon Mountain range would be razed to the ground in an instant. Take it as a meeting gift for them." Qin Feiyang grinned. Xingde nodded. The 6 profound supernatural abilities immediately shattered the sky and blasted in all directions. They definitely couldn't attack in one direction, because in this way, any of the 9 deacons could stop them. After all, Their strength was not inferior to Xingde. But if they were to split up, the 9 deacons would naturally have to split up to stop them. However, one of the deacons sneered and said, "Want to use this method to restrain us? Simply wishful thinking." As his voice fell, 6 of the deacons immediately spread out and rushed toward the 6 profound supernatural abilities. The other 3 ignored them and went straight to Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "Hey!" Qin Feiyang was not surprised, as if he had already expected it. Boom! The slaughter domain instantly opened. A blood-red long sword appeared and slashed out. Slaughter domain! The 3 of them turned pale. Ordinary people might not know the power of the slaughter domain, but as the overlords of the blood hall, the 3 deacons were quite clear about it. As soon as they saw Qin Feiyang open the slaughter domain, a sense of fear emerged in their hearts. They did not pay attention to the current situation of the slaughter domain and instinctively retreated. "What are you afraid of? It hasn't overlapped yet." Qin Feiyang sneered. The blood-red long sword left his hand and then stepped into the space-time crack without looking back. Xingde, Yueqing, and Shui followed closely behind. "It hasn't overlapped?" The 3 deacons were stunned and quickly looked at the blood-red long sword. Its power was indeed ordinary. At that moment, they felt ashamed of their previous cowardly behavior. Bastard! However, when they came to their senses, it was too late to kill them. The space-time crack was already healing, because the space-time crack would only heal after the transmission was successful. The feeling of being played made them extremely angry. Boom! At this moment, the Blood Hall Master and the 2 sovereign divine weapons also charged over. "Where is he?" The Blood Hall Master frowned. "Lord, please forgive us." The 3 deacons hurriedly knelt in the void. The other 6 deacons, after blocking the 6 profound supernatural powers, also hurriedly flew over and knelt in front of the Blood Hall Master. Useless trash. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword was furious. The 9 of them did not dare to say a word. Their faces were full of fear. Facing the Blood Hall Master, they were scared to death, let alone this sovereign divine weapon. Even if the Ice Dragon's sacred sword killed them now, the Blood Hall Master would not say a word. The Blood Hall Master glanced at the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, looked at the 9 of them and asked, "Other than Qin Feiyang, who else is there?" "And the confidant of the vice leader, Xingde, there is also a woman. But we have never seen this woman before. Her cultivation is also very ordinary." One of the deacons said. "What does she look like?" The Blood Hall Master frowned. The deacon waved his hand, and Yueqing's shadow immediately condensed. "This person," the Blood Hall Master looked at Yueqing in a daze. "Lord Hall Master knows her?" The 9 deacons looked at him suspiciously. "All of you get up first." "Actually, I can't blame you for this. After all, this is the 9 Dragons Mountain Range. You don't dare to use your full strength." The Blood Hall Master waved his hand. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord." The 9 of them bowed gratefully and then got up. The Blood Hall Master continued to look at Yueqing's shadow. His eyes flickered and he said, "I have heard about this woman from the Dark Guard commander." "Then who is she?" The 9 of them frowned. "I heard from the Dark Guard commander that a restaurant called Tianyue Tower has appeared in the Eastern continent in recent years. This restaurant has developed very quickly. In less than 1,000 years, Tianyue Tower has spread to every city in the Eastern continent. The most important thing is that the tower masters of Tianyue Tower are 2 women. This woman is one of them. In the past, I was still very puzzled. How could 2 mere little girls have such great abilities? So it turns out that they have Qin Feiyang as their backing." The Blood Hall Master smiled coldly. "In that case, Tianyue Tower is a force under Qin Feiyang's control? Is he creating his own force?" The 9 deacons were surprised. "I don't know. But this has nothing to do with us. What we need to do is to kill him at all costs. If there is a chance, as long as it doesn't affect our Blood Hall, we will do it at all costs." The Blood Hall Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. The 9 deacons were shocked. At all costs. In other words, they had to get rid of this person even if they had to sacrifice the interests and lives of the Western continent. The Blood Hall Master said in a deep voice, Immediately arrange for a thorough search of every city in the Western continent. We must find them at all costs. The 9 of them nodded respectfully. In addition, one of you will go to the Eastern continent now and ask the Dark Guard commander to come back first. Also, bring back the other tower master of Tianyue Tower. The Blood Hall master said again. Then I will go. One of the deacons said. Go and come back quickly. The Blood Hall master instructed. The deacon nodded, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, My lord, I heard from Elder Hai that Madman Mo is in love with Zhuo Shaoxian, Zhuo Tianxing's daughter. Zhuo Tianxing should be a good bargaining chip, right? Zhuo Tianxing. The Blood Hall master pondered in silence. It is said that Zhuo Tianxing is from the Independent Cultivator Alliance, and he seems to be the city governor of Ocean of Cloud City. There is also someone called Lu Jingyuan. According to the investigation, he is Zhuo Xiaoxian's adoptive father, and he should be on good terms with Qin Feiyang. The deacon continued. Chapter 3285. Lu Jingyuan, Zhuo Tianxing, the Blood Hall master murmured. Finally, he looked at the deacon and said, In that case, go and tell the Dark Guard commander to see if he has a chance to bring these 2 back. The deacon nodded and then turned to leave. The other 8 deacons immediately took action. Mad Bull Mountain. This was a huge peak that was shaped like a bull. It looked like it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It really did look like a mad bull. The peak of the mountain. Qin Feiyang, Shui Ying, and Snowflake rushed out of the spacetime crack. Glancing around, they didn't see anyone from the Blood Hall. Only a few beasts were wandering in the mountain. Qin Feiyang and Yueqing couldn't help but let out a long breath. Don't worry. I'm not as bad as Little Rabbit. This Mad Bull Mountain is really at the edge of the Western continent. Xingde looked at the 2 and said, Don't mention that bastard. Qin Feiyang's face was full of anger. If he didn't have some means to protect himself, he was afraid that he would have died in the 9-Dragon Mountain range. Yueqing said helplessly, Qin Dage, didn't you call it Big Brother? Why did it cheat you? Big Brother? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and didn't talk about Little Rabbit anymore. He looked up at Snowflake and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. The aura that this guy was exuding had reached the level of a legendary divine artifact. Was it an illusion? What are you looking at? Don't you know? Snowflake's weapon spirit said unhappily. You have evolved into a legendary divine artifact. Qin Feiyang asked. It's not just me. The other divine artifacts have evolved into the legendary divine artifact. Snowflake said proudly. That's fast. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Is it? I don't know how many billions of years have passed in the Black Tortoise world. Snowflake said and urged, Is there anything else? If not, quickly send me to the Black Tortoise world. A legendary divine artifact could no longer satisfy it. Not only it, but all the divine artifacts in the Black Tortoise world were aiming for the sovereign divine weapon. Of course. This was also a scene that Qin Feiyang was very happy to see. At that time, these heaven-defying divine weapons would really evolve into sovereign divine weapons. Then, who in the Sky Cloud realm would be his match? Blood Hall? Temple? Sky Hall? They could only tremble at his feet. Qin Feiyang was just about to send Snowflake in when his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked at Snowflake and smiled. Shouldn't you be thanking me for your achievements today? What are you trying to say? The Snowflake artifact spirit was taken aback, and there was a trace of vigilance in its tone. Look, what can you get by following the Fiend Ancestor? You won't get anything. But if you follow me, it'll be different. Not to mention anything else, it'll definitely not be a problem for you to evolve into a heaven-defying supreme artifact. We'll talk about it later. Even if the demon ancestor wants to stay in the Black Tortoise realm, it will depend on my mood, let alone you. If there comes a day when I'm not happy, I'll chase you all out of the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said. He was like a treacherous old fox. Don't be so despicable, okay? Didn't you see the changes in the demon ancestor? He's a completely different person compared to before. In short, don't be too wicked. The artifact spirit despised. I'm wicked? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. If he was wicked, would he let these guys stay in the Black Tortoise realm? Speaking of this lord suddenly remembered something. The artifact spirit said. What is it? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. The heaven-defying divine weapon sealed in the soul-sealing valley. Have you forgotten about it? The artifact spirit asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Soul-sealing valley? Heaven-defying divine weapon? Then he patted his head and smiled bitterly. If you didn't remind me now, I would have really forgotten about it. The heaven-defying divine weapon in the soul-sealing valley had been plotting against him many times, so he didn't care about it. As time passed, he slowly forgot about it. In the past, because you couldn't subdue it and were afraid that it would mess around in the Black Tortoise realm, you didn't help it to break the seal. But now it's different. With your current strength, you can easily subdue it. So, instead of sealing it, it's better to release it early. Who knows, it might be of great help in the future. Besides, Bloodshed and I are old friends with it. Now that we're in the Black Tortoise realm, I believe it won't mess around. Snowflake's artifact spirit said. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then, he didn't dare to let this heaven-defying divine weapon out. After all, he wasn't strong enough and the Black Tortoise realm was very fragile. But now, the Black Tortoise realm's strength was comparable to a sovereign divine weapon. A mere heaven-defying divine weapon couldn't do anything. As for the old friends that Snowflake mentioned, he knew about it. Because the heaven-defying divine weapon in the soul-sealing valley told him about its relationship with Snowflake and Bloodshed. However, when he heard that heaven-defying divine weapon, it seemed that they were just using each other. Of course, this was normal. Not to mention the existence of a heaven-defying divine weapon, even if it was just an ordinary creature, most of them were selfish. If it didn't threaten their own interests, they would call each other brothers and have a very good relationship. Once there was a threat to their own interests, who would care about who you were? After sending Snowflake to the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang looked around. The ferocious beasts nearby weren't very strong. It was safe for the time being. However, since the Blood Hall already knew that he had come to the Western continent, they would definitely send people to search around. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel annoyed. Originally, he wanted to enter the Western continent without anyone knowing and secretly investigate the whereabouts of the Mermaid Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, the Alliance Master, and the two divine beasts. However, he didn't expect Little Rabbit to make such a scene. Now that the Blood Hall was on guard, it would be countless times more difficult to investigate these matters. Sigh. Yueqing also let out a soft sigh at this moment. Her expression was full of helplessness. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at her suspiciously. Originally, I was thinking about how to negotiate with the Blood Hall and let the Tianyue Tower continue to develop in the Western continent. However, now that they have made such a scene, the Blood Hall will definitely think that I am your accomplice. Tell me, if I go to them now, what's the difference between that and sending myself to death? Yueqing looked worried. A good plan was ruined by Little Rabbit just like that. It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone to look for it. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It's meaningless to say this now. Let's think about how to solve this problem. Yueqing lowered her head and frowned. She looked very irritated. Eldest Xing glanced at her and transmitted his voice. Young master, these two women are very ambitious. You'd better keep a distance from them to avoid being used by them. Use? Qin Feiyang was stunned. With your current identity and status in the Eastern continent, just a word from you can change everything. They are trying to curry favor with you because they want to gain benefits from you and strengthen the foundation of the Tianyue Tower. Eldest Xing thought to himself. I'll be careful. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and then asked, just now at the Nine Dragon Mountain range, I saw that the disciples of the Blood Hall seemed to know the situation in the Eastern continent very well. That's normal. Because our independent Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall also have people lurking in the Western continent. For example, what happened to Old Hai in Cloud Sea City this time? We definitely won't miss such a thing that will damage the reputation of the Blood Hall. So, we immediately ordered our people lurking in the Western continent to spread the news. Naturally, The people in the Western continent know what happened in the Eastern continent. Eldest Xing said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, it seems that Old Hai's reputation is not only in the Eastern continent, but also in the Western continent. Not only that, everyone in the Southern continent and the Northern continent definitely knows about it now. In other words, Old Hai's name has truly spread throughout the sky cloud world. A rare trace of a smile appeared on Xing Da's unsmiling face. The two words Ming Yang were filled with a thick sense of irony. Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. To be honest, he hadn't expected that Old Hai would do such a thing in Cloud Sea City. The dignified Vice Hall Master of the Blood Hall, a renowned figure in the sky cloud world, had done such a thing. How could he not be a joke? Why don't you change your appearances and go to the nearby towns? I'll go to the Black Tortoise world to deal with some matters. Qin Feiyang looked at them and asked. All right. Both of them nodded. Then be careful. Qin Feiyang warned them and entered the Black Tortoise world. It's been so boring every day. As soon as Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise world, he heard a soft and powerless sigh. He looked down and saw the white-eyed wolf lying in the medicinal field, surrounded by hundreds of empty wine jars. Qin Feiyang's forehead suddenly had blue veins popping out. He landed in front of the white-eyed wolf and kicked him, saying angrily, Do you think you're drinking water? You just lie here and drink it every day. If you have nothing to do, why don't you drink? The white-eyed wolf glanced at him indifferently. Go cultivate, Qin Feiyang said angrily. Cultivate? I was born with extraordinary talent. Do I still need to cultivate? The white-eyed wolf said with a disdainful look. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and blue veins popped out. Extraordinary talent? He was simply shameless. But when he thought about it, he couldn't help it. Who asked this wolf cub to activate so many heaven-defying divine abilities? He did have the right to be proud. Sometimes he couldn't figure it out. Was this wolf cub the reincarnation of a mighty figure? Otherwise, how could he be so abnormal? Even if he was quite perverted compared to this wolf cub, he paled into insignificance and was not worth mentioning. All right, you can eat and drink and wait for death. Qin Feiyang said weakly, turned around, and took a step forward. Where are you going? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Soul Sealing Valley. Qin Feiyang said without looking back. Soul Sealing Valley? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and quickly got up, asking, There seems to be a heaven-defying artifact sealed in Soul Sealing Valley, right? I'm going to find it, Qin Feiyang said. Bring brother, I'll go take a look too. I've been schemed against by it many times in the past. Now it's time to find it and settle these old scores. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Chapter 3286. Soul Sealing Valley. Due to the expansion of the Black Tortoise realm, the Soul Sealing Valley was now dozens of times larger than before. It was intricate and complicated like a maze. The Soul Sealing Valley was still a forbidden area in the Black Tortoise realm. Any living being below the False God realm would be petrified as soon as they stepped into the Soul Sealing Valley. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf hid their auras and stepped into the Soul Sealing Valley step by step. Deep inside, a 9-story stone tower stood on the ground. It was completely black and exuded an ancient aura. On the stone tower, there were 2 iron chains that crossed each other. Each of them was as thick as an arm and flickered with black light. On the iron chains and the stone tower, one could clearly feel the aura of a seal. Brother Qin, a black shadow rushed out, its voice full of excitement. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled. How many years has it been? I've been looking forward to your arrival every day. The black shadow was filled with emotions. What do you want me to do? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Aren't you asking the obvious? The black shadow smiled bitterly. What else could it be looking forward to? Of course it was to unlock the seal. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. He glanced at the iron chains on the stone tower and said with a smile, You seem to have said that to undo your seal, I only need to cut these 2 iron chains? Yes. The black shadow nodded repeatedly, its tone full of anticipation. But why should I help you unlock the seal? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The black shadow was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, I can help you. Help me? Qin Feiyang released a little bit of his aura and said with a smile, Look at me now, do I need your helps? He did not release all of his aura, only the aura of the Major Achievement Immortal Realm. Major Achievement Immortal Realm? The black shadow looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, I remember the last time I saw you, you were just a beginner Immortal Realm expert. This is too fast. Then why don't you think about how many years have passed in the Black Tortoise Realm? Qin Feiyang smiled. That's true. The black shadow nodded and said, Although you've already reached the great undying realm, you're still far from a heaven-defying divine weapon like me. Trust me, I can definitely help you. Can you really make me believe you? Qin Feiyang asked. Really? I swear that I will serve you until my death, even if I have to sacrifice my life. The black figure swore solemnly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. All right, I'll believe you this time. Thank you, thank you. The black figure bowed repeatedly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Snow and Blood Edge appeared beside him. Old friend, long time no see. The Blood Blade's artifact spirit cackled. It's you? You guys are also in the Black Tortoise world? The black shadow was stunned. That's right. The Blood Edge answered and immediately cut through the air, slashing at the two chains. With a loud clang, the two chains immediately broke. The moment the two chains broke, the stone tower also began to crack inch by inch, and a terrifying aura surged out from within. If Qin Feiyang was really at the undying realm, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this aura, because this was the divine might of a heaven-defying divine weapon. But at the same time, a pungent stench accompanied it. What's that smell? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf immediately pinched their noses and quickly retreated. Snow and Blood Edge were the same, and the stench was simply overwhelming. The Blood Edge's artifact spirit sighed. As expected, you couldn't escape this fate. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at it suspiciously. The Blood Edge said, You should also know about the embarrassing incident when we first escaped, right? Embarrassing incident when we first escaped? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, carefully recalled for a moment, and suddenly said, Mu Tianyang and the others seem to have said that you were all suppressed in a cesspool back then? That's right. This was all done by that damned small beast. And now, smelling this stench, this guy must be like us. The Blood Edge and Snow's tone were very angry, but at the same time there was a trace of gloating. Suppressed in the cesspool for so long, when will the stench on its body dissipate? The white-eyed wolf laughed. Cough cough. The Blood Edge and Snow coughed dryly, continuing to discuss this topic. Just listening to it made them uncomfortable. Finally, the stone tower fell apart. The stench completely exploded, enveloping the entire soul-sealing valley. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, Snow, and the Blood Edge hurriedly escaped, and couldn't help but vomit. This old wine is really fucking disgusting. The white-eyed wolf greedily breathed in the fresh air. Old wine? Qin Feiyang, Snow, and the Blood Edge heard this and were extremely speechless. This lord is finally free. At the same time, in the soul-sealing valley, there was also a wild laughter. Following closely, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf felt a wave of heat sweep over, and the heaven and earth here instantly turned into a big furnace. Last time I heard it say that it has the law of fire, I didn't believe it, but now it seems to be true. Qin Feiyang whispered. He was naturally no stranger to the law of fire, and at this moment, the heat wave that rushed out of the soul-sealing valley was formed by the law of fire. In just a few breaths, the entire soul-sealing valley was melted and turned into a sea of magma. Once in his eyes, the law of fire was an unattainable existence. As for now, he didn't put it in his eyes, unless it was the supreme profound or the ultimate profound. Not long after, a flame flashed out like lightning. Qin Feiyang fixed his eyes on it. It turned out to be a palm-sized fire bead, similar to the heaven-defying divine weapon of his ancestor Qin Batin. However, the fire bead of his ancestor had a purple-gold divine dragon pattern on the outside, And this fire bead was quite pure, without any pattern, as if it was condensed out of flames. The fire bead flew out, smiled ferociously and roared, "Boy, die!" Immediately, it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Sure enough, his character never changes. Qin Feiyang murmured. The white-eyed wolf also laughed evilly. At the same time, Snow and Blood Edge saw this and quickly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and shouted, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill him and snatch the black tortoise boundary." The fire bead grinned. "Snatch the black tortoise boundary? You're crazy." Snow and Blood Edge were startled. Was the current Qin Feiyang someone they could offend? Offending him was the same as courting death. "What do you mean?" "He's just at the imperishable realm. Why are you afraid of him? Could it be that after being sealed for so many years, even your guts have shrunk?" The fire bead said angrily. "Imperishable realm?" Snowflake and Bloodshed were stunned. They looked at Qin Feiyang and couldn't help but be stunned. Was he really at the eternal realm? What was going on? Hadn't this boy broken through to the Dominator realm? Looking at the white-eyed wolf, they found that he was also at the imperishable realm. However, soon, they understood that he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to test the fire bead. "Calm down. Don't seek your own death." Blood Edge quickly shouted at the fire bead. "Yeah, it wasn't easy for me to persuade Qin Feiyang to help you break the seal, but you repay kindness with enmity. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have cared about your life." Snow was also furious. If it hadn't reminded Qin Feiyang, this guy would have been suppressed here for a long time. But now, as soon as it was freed, it attacked Qin Feiyang. "Could you afford to offend this ferocious man? You don't have guts. I'll do it. Get out of the way." The fire bead shouted impatiently. "You really don't know what's good for you." Snow was furious. The aura of the legendary level divine weapon rolled out, which frightened the fire bead. It shouted, "How did your aura become so strong?" "Not only it, but I'm also stronger than before." Blood Edge also released his aura. "What's going on?" The fire bead was stunned. Times have changed. In the past, our strength could dominate the world, but not now. With your current strength, let alone us, even Qin Feiyang can easily crush you. Snow snorted. "Crush me?" The fire bead was stunned. "Do you really think we're only at the imperishable realm?" The white-eyed wolf grinned and released his aura. The aura of a half-step dominator was no weaker than the fire bead. The fire bead was a low-level heaven-defying divine weapon, and its strength was comparable to a half-step dominator. However, after being sealed for so many years, its strength had dropped a lot. So now, let alone Qin Feiyang, even the white-eyed wolf could crush it. The ingrate had now grasped the supreme profoundness of the law of death. Even Qin Feiyang would find it difficult to defeat it, let alone this fire pearl. A single swipe of its paw would be enough to shatter it. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's aura, the fire bead was petrified again. "You know what? I'm very unhappy right now." Qin Feiyang finally spoke. He didn't hide his low-level dominator cultivation anymore. What a powerful aura! The fire pearl began to tremble. The emotions it revealed were filled with fear. "Now you understand why we stopped you. It's not just you. Even we don't dare to act rashly. As for seizing the Black Tortoise world, you don't have the ability to do so. Do you know that ancient castle that fused with the Black Tortoise world? It's now a dominator weapon." Snowflake sneered. "A dominator weapon." The fire bead trembled. Wasn't this change a little too fast? "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize. Do you want to die?" Bloodblade roared. The fire bead shivered and hurriedly begged, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Believe me, I beg you." "Then tell me, how can I believe you now?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't talk nonsense. Just cripple it." The white-eyed wolf sneered, but as soon as it charged forward, it immediately covered its nose and retreated. It roared, "This motherfucker is too smelly. I can't do it." Qin Feiyang was amused by its comical appearance. But it was true. The fire bead had just come out of the latrine. Its stench was enough to kill people. I'm so smelly. Don't dirty your hands. You're great people, please forgive me. Give me another chance. The fire bead pleaded as it flew toward Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Stop, don't come over. The white-eyed wolf hurriedly waved its claws. This was the first time it had encountered such a heaven-defying divine weapon. Other than disgusting, it couldn't find any other words to describe it. Chapter 3287. Qin Feiyang, I think we should just forget about it and give it another chance. Snow pondered for a while and finally decided to plead for the fire bead. That's right. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about this small beast. It's our common enemy. Although it's very strong now, one day, when we evolve into sovereign divine weapons, we'll definitely have the power to fight it. And after this incident, I think the fire bead won't dare to do it again. Blood Blade added. Qin Feiyang looked at the two divine weapons and his eyes flickered. Snow pondered for a while and said to the fire bead, well, you make a blood oath to Qin Feiyang. Blood oath? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. What was that? A blood oath is also a kind of oath. But a blood oath is different from an ordinary oath. A blood oath is a kind of poison oath. As long as you make a blood oath, you can't violate it. Otherwise, you'll be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Snow explained. There's such an oath? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were surprised. But it's been too long, and the blood oath is basically lost now. Except for old antiques like us, almost no one knows about the existence of the blood oath. Snow said, Then make a blood oath. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire bead and said lightly, his eyes full of curiosity. Blood oath, sigh. The fire bead sighed deeply as if it was unwilling. Then the artifact spirit floated out and turned into a black shadow. It looked at the sky and said, Today I make a blood oath. From now on, I'll be friends with Qin Feiyang and never betray him. If I violate this oath, I'll be punished by the heavenly tribulation and be destroyed. As its voice fell, a blood cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and the whole sky instantly turned blood red. A blood mark fell from the sky and entered the black shadow's body. This is an oath mark. The blood oath has been made. You can rest assured now. Snow said to Qin Feiyang. Will this work? Qin Feiyang expressed his doubts. It was indeed the first time he had seen such an oath phenomenon, but it was also because it was the first time he had seen it that he found it hard to believe. Because he had never heard of such a thing as a blood oath. Now that we have to rely on you, would we dare to lie to you? Snow smiled bitterly. All right, I believe you too. Qin Feiyang nodded. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he asked, Can you teach me the blood oath? Of course. As for the blood oath, we divine artifacts don't have bodies of flesh and blood, so we use the artifact spirit as the catalyst. However, you humans need to use your own blood essence as the catalyst. Snowflake told Qin Feiyang the methods one by one. Qin Feiyang firmly remembered this in his heart. If he had the chance, he would find someone to test it out. White-eyed wolf said, Big Bro also has a question. What is it? Snowflake and Bloodshed were suspicious. Just now, I heard you say that the era has changed. What does that mean? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. It's very simple. The era is progressing. In the past, our strength could be said to be the strongest existence besides the God of creation. But after so many years, everything has changed dramatically. For example, the cultivation system, the realm, they are all different from before. Snowflake said. So, you really have an intersection with the God of creation? White-eyed wolf was surprised. Of course. I'm definitely not joking with you about this. It can even be said that the God of creation and small beast are still juniors in front of us. Snowflake said. Juniors? Qin Feiyang and White-eyed Wolf looked at each other. When we controlled a place, they had not yet grown up. In short, they were the same as you are now. Unfortunately, they were lucky, especially this Wuxian. He was born with a world, and in the end, he succeeded in becoming a god of creation. Everything you see now, including the pill scripture, the laws, and profound meanings, should have been created by him because these things did not exist before. Moreover, whether it is Great Qin, the Forgotten Continent, or the Sky Cloud Realm, they were all created by him. Your current situation is the same as the creatures of the Black Tortoise Realm, living in the world he created. As long as he wills it, he will be able to see your every move. So, if you really want to be free, there is only one path, which is to break this world's cage and become an existence like him. Snowflake said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding and looked up at the sky. In actuality, he had been prepared for this for a long time, but breaking this world's cage was easier said than done. I know what you're thinking. If you didn't have the Black Tortoise Realm, then there would be no hope. Because to become a god of creation, having a world is a prerequisite. But it's different now. You have the Black Tortoise Realm. As long as you stay alive, you will definitely be able to do it in the future. Snowflake said. I hope so. Qin Feiyang sighed. There's one more thing. Everyone is building a statue for you. You must not stop them. Bloodshed suddenly said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. In this world, other than divine power, law energy, and origin energy, there is another powerful force. This force can be said to be even stronger than law energy, and can even compete with origin energy. Bloodshed's tone was filled with fanaticism. What? Even stronger than law energy? It can even compete with the origin energy? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. That's right. This force is the power of faith. The so-called power of faith comes from the creatures of this world. For example, the creatures of the Black Tortoise Realm. They respect you, admire you, worship you, and see you as their faith. That will slowly produce the power of faith. There's a good saying, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The same is true for a world. The creatures of this world can support it, but they can also destroy it. Of course, before Wuxian became a god of creation, he relied on the power of faith to kill countless powerful enemies. So now, do you understand how powerful the power of faith is? Bloodshed said. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded and then asked suspiciously, since people worship and faith will produce the power of faith. Right now, there are many people in the Black Tortoise Realm, Great Qin, and the Forgotten Continent worshipping me, so why don't I feel any power of faith? It's probably because your realm hasn't reached that level yet, Bloodshed said after thinking for a moment. Then what realm must one reach to be able to feel the power of faith? Or rather, what realm must one reach to be able to control the power of faith? Qin Feiyang asked. We don't know because we haven't obtained the power of faith. Moreover, the times are different now. There are many things that can't be measured with the standards of our era. In short, the power of faith definitely exists. When you can truly control the power of faith, you'll be an invincible existence. Even if you face the god of creation and small beast, you'll have the power to fight. Bloodshed said. So powerful, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be fascinated. Of course, you can't be careless. When they suppressed us back then, the god of creation and small beast were already very powerful. Now that so many years have passed, they'll definitely be stronger than before, so you have to be prepared. There's not much we can help you with, but we'll do our best. Bloodshed said. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and asked, then how can I become a true god of creation? This actually we're not too sure. However, I'm guessing that it's related to the power of laws now. Especially the law of life and death. Actually, right now, you don't need to think about this. Raising your own strength is the most important thing. Bloodshed and Snow pondered for a moment before saying, Alright. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at Firebead and said, Don't go to the land of origin for the time being. Stay here and wait for the stench to dissipate before going. How long do I have to wait? Firebead was quite anxious. For now, it had to cultivate as soon as possible. The gap between it and Snow and Bloodshed would only get bigger and bigger. Snow said, Actually, this stench can be purified with the power of origin. It's very fast. I see. All right, you guys go by yourselves. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Firebead was very grateful. Snow was about to fly into the sky, but it suddenly stopped and said to Qin Feiyang, right, actually, that gray castle is also our companion. Qin Feiyang was startled. But what exactly is it doing? We don't know. After Snow finished speaking, it disappeared into the sky like lightning with bloodshed and firebead. Damn, I didn't expect their existence to be even older than the god of creation. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were full of disbelief. That's why there's an old saying that you can't judge a book by its cover. Qin Feiyang smiled, then pondered for a while and said, actually, we still have a lot of questions that we don't understand. What is the Grey Castle doing? Who is the blood ancestor? Where does the power of the purple gold dragon blood come from? And why did the god of creation give me Chang Shui and the Grey Castle? He even gave me the 6-word divine formula? Now that you mention it, it's really a mystery. The white-eyed wolf muttered. Let's slowly investigate. The truth will come out one day. After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a sneaky smile, why don't we try this blood oath? The white-eyed wolf was stunned and asked suspiciously, you make a blood oath and then break it to see if you'll be punished by the heavens. Qin Feiyang smiled slyly. The white-eyed wolf twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded. Can you do it? Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and said, you're more powerful than me. Even if you're punished by the heavens, it probably won't kill you. Get lost. The white-eyed wolf glared at him fiercely. What a joke. If the blood oath really had such power, wouldn't it be equivalent to courting death by trying it? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. However, this blood oath really had to be tested. Because if what Snowflake and the others said was true, that breaking the oath would be punished by the heavens, then when facing enemies in the future, such as the Blood Hallmaster, he would first trick him to make a blood oath, and then, based on the Blood Hallmaster's character, he definitely wouldn't care. At that time, when the Blood Hallmaster broke the oath, he might be struck to death by the heavenly thunder without needing to do anything. Moreover, if he wanted to subdue someone with a higher cultivation than him in the future, he didn't need to find ways to persuade the other party and then use the slave seal to control him. He could make the other party make a blood oath. In this way, even if he couldn't peek into the other party's inner thoughts, the other party wouldn't dare to betray him. All in all, if this blood oath was true, it would be quite useful. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, since you don't want to cultivate, then go out with me. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Didn't you say that it's very boring every day? Now I'm asking you to go out and have fun. Are you still not willing? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. It was okay in the past, he had been helping, but after breaking through to the war god level, this guy had become lazier and lazier, almost becoming a pig. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said, if you allow me to bring the Xuanwu divine brew, I'll go out. Chapter 3288. You still want to negotiate with me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This wolf cub was getting arrogant. He then asked, are you sure you want to take the black tortoise divine brew with you? Sure and certain. The white-eyed wolf nodded. He picked his nose and looked at Qin Feiyang triumphantly. Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered, I will go and put away the black tortoise divine brew now. Don't even think about drinking it in the future. Put it away? At first, the white-eyed wolf thought that Qin Feiyang said, good, because he agreed. But when he heard the last sentence, his expression suddenly stiffened. He quickly hugged Qin Feiyang's thigh and said with a flattering smile, don't be like this. It's just a joke. Just a joke? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a smile. Little guy, you think I can't deal with you? But his face was expressionless as he looked at the wolf. Yes, it's just a joke. Actually, I have long wanted to go out and have some fun, but I was worried. Aren't you always afraid that I will cause trouble for you? That's why I didn't say anything. The white-eyed wolf grinned. So, you are still thinking for me and I have to thank you? Qin Feiyang looked at him with a strange expression. I'm just thinking for you. I don't want to cause trouble for you. As for thank you, there is no need. Words of gratitude between brothers are too polite. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Get lost. I have never seen a wolf as shameless as you. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He waved his hand and a man and a wolf appeared at the peak of Mad Bull Mountain. Xingde and Yueqing were nowhere to be seen. The surrounding mountains and rivers were quiet except for the roars of the fierce beasts. This western continent doesn't look any different from the eastern continent. The white-eyed wolf looked around and pursed his lips. They are both in the sky cloud realm. How big of a difference can there be? The key is whether the person is good or bad. Tell me, how can we find the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor faster? Qin Feiyang frowned. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find. Since the Blood Hall already knows that we are here, they will definitely hide carefully. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded. Right. Suddenly, White-eyed wolf slapped his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Did we forget about someone? Who is it? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. It's that little brat who followed Old Hai to the great Qin Empire to kidnap the bride. We can't afford to offend old monsters like Old Hai and the Master of the Blood Hall. But this brat is only at the imperishable realm. What is he to us? If we can find him, wouldn't all these problems be solved? The white-eyed wolf chuckled. That's right. Qin Feiyang also slapped his head. How could he forget about this person? Although we killed him in the space-time transmission channel, Old Hua said that he left his divine soul in the Blood Hall. But it shouldn't be easy to find him now. After all, this is a special time. The Master of the Blood Hall will definitely not allow him to run around. The white-eyed wolf said again. As long as we lock onto the target, there is nothing we can't do. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if this person was locked in the Blood Hall, he had to trick him out. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took out the sound transmission god stone. Buzz. So, an ugly middle-aged woman appeared. Beside her was a middle-aged man. His appearance was also unremarkable. The two of them stood in a small alley. There was no one else around. Who's this? He looks too smelly. The white-eyed wolf looked at the middle-aged woman in astonishment. When the middle-aged woman heard this, her face immediately darkened. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said, She is Yueqing. It's you. Even if you change your appearance, can't you look a little better? The white-eyed wolf laughed strangely. Yueqing did not bother to pay attention to the white-eyed wolf. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, What's wrong? Where are you now? Qin Feiyang asked. In a small city called Jinyuan City. Yueqing said. Did you find out anything? Qin Feiyang said. We just entered the city. What can we find out? Yueqing was speechless. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he understood. Although it had been a while in the Black Tortoise world, it had not been long in the outside world. He said, Give me your coordinates. Are you coming too? Yueqing asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yueqing immediately gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Change your appearance. Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone and said something to the white-eyed wolf. Then, he took an illusory form pill and turned into a young man of 18 or 19 years old. He even changed into a purple robe, looking quite luxurious. The white-eyed wolf thought for a while and turned into a big fat cat. It looked like a black coal ball. How is it? Now, even if the people from the Blood Hall have fiery eyes of truth, they won't be able to recognize me. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Let alone the Blood Hall, even I can recognize you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he opened an altar. Yueqing only gave him one coordinate. Naturally, he only needed one teleportation altar. This meant that Jinyuan City was not far from the Mad Bull Mountain. In the alley, Yueqing waited quietly. Suddenly, Yueqing looked at Xingde and asked, Master Xing, you're here to protect Qin Dage, right? Xingde nodded. Qin Dage is really lucky to have such a good master like the deputy chief. Yueqing smiled. Xingde said expressionlessly, You're also very lucky to be taken care of by the young master. Yes. If it weren't for Qin Dage's care, not to mention the Tianyue building, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep my life. Yueqing nodded and smiled. Her face was full of gratitude. Xingda's eyes flashed. He looked at Yueqing and said, "Since we've already said this, I might as well say one more thing. Since you know that the young master is good to you, please cherish it." "What do you mean, master?" Yueqing was stunned and looked at Xingda suspiciously. "What I mean is, don't do anything that will let the young master down. Otherwise, not to mention the Western mainland, the Tianyue building won't even be able to develop in the Eastern mainland." Xingda's eyes flashed coldly. Yuqing's pupils constricted as she imperceptibly felt a strand of terrifying killing intent, and she hurriedly nodded and said, "Don't worry, even though I'm a woman, I still know how to repay kindness." "That's good." Xingda nodded his head and then fell silent. The cold light in his eyes also disappeared. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a man in purple and green carried a big fat cat and landed in the alley. "Young master?" Xingda turned and looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. Qin Feiyang nodded. When they saw the white-eyed wolf, Yueqing burst out laughing. Xingda also had a smile on his face. "What are you laughing at? Haven't you seen such a cute kitten?" The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. "Cute? Come on, with your round figure, I'll feel greasy if I stew it with wine." Yueqing looked down on him. "Little girl, are you looking for a beating?" The white-eyed wolf suddenly jumped out and stared at Yueqing fiercely. "You're allowed to make fun of me, but I'm not allowed to talk about you?" Yueqing was displeased. "All right, let's go." Qin Feiyang grabbed the white-eyed wolf and carried it in his arms. He walked out of the alley arrogantly, like a rich playboy who was carrying a pet and going sightseeing on the streets. Xingda and Yueqing looked at each other and quickly followed. They, on the other hand, were like two servants. Jinyuan City wasn't big, with a population of about 100,000 people. However, because it was close to the Heavenly Clouds Ocean, many people who were training in the Heavenly Clouds Ocean would come here to recuperate and buy resources. Therefore it was quite lively. In a certain place in the city, there was a restaurant called the Drifting Fragrance Restaurant. Qin Feiyang led Xingda and Xingdin. Under the service of the waiter, the three of them sat in a corner of the main hall. They had a pot of wine and a few dishes. They ate while listening to the discussions in the surroundings. "Do you guys think that Qin Feiyang from the Eastern continent is really the reincarnation of a demonic genius? Who knows? In any case, I know that the things he did in the Eastern continent aren't something a human can do. Our Western continent's reputation has really hit rock bottom this time around. I'm puzzled. What is the Vice Lord of the Blood Hall thinking? To do such disgraceful things, he has thrown his face all the way to the Eastern continent." The three of them listened for a long time, and almost all of the discussions were about Qin Feiyang. "Seems like old Hai, this old thing, is also a street rat in the Western continent." White-eyed Wolf grinned. "You can't blame the people of the Western continent. After all, what he did this time was really too stupid. If I was from the Western continent, I would also scold him behind his back." Yueqing shook her head. Then, she seemed to have noticed something. She glanced at the entrance of the restaurant and patted Qin Feiyang's arm. She said in a low voice, "Qin Dage, look." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He put down the wine cup in his hand and turned his head to look suspiciously. He saw three young men walking in from outside. The three of them looked to be in their 20s. Their cultivation was at the complete imperishable realm. The moment the three of them entered the restaurant, the discussions in the surroundings stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the three of them with a trace of deep fear in their eyes. This was because the three of them had a blood symbol on their clothes. However, their clothes were slightly tattered and there were many bloodstains on their bodies. They also looked angry and irritated. They are disciples of the Blood Hall. Eldest Xing glanced at the blood symbol and transmitted his voice. Disciples of the Blood Hall. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. After the three of them entered the restaurant, they glanced at the hall and walked straight to an empty table. Coincidentally, the empty table was right next to Qin Feiyang's table. "Bring me the best wine and dishes in your restaurant. Be quick." One of them looked at the restaurant's waiter who ran over and shouted, "Okay." The waiter came to a sudden stop and immediately turned around and ran away. Who could not slight the disciples of the Blood Hall? Even if they were just ordinary disciples, they could not be offended. Chapter 3289. How unlucky! We've been to the heavenly cloud ocean so many times, but we haven't found a single decent divine object. One of the blood hall's disciples cursed. The other disciple was also annoyed. The third blood hall disciple glanced at the two and shook his head. When we went there, I suggested that we either don't go or go to the deeper part of the ocean. You two didn't listen and insisted on trying your luck at the edge. In the end, not only did you not find any divine objects, but you were also chased by sea beasts and almost lost your lives. How dare you say that? With our cultivation, we can't even beat the sea beasts at the edge. Going to the deeper part of the ocean is no different from going to death. The other two rolled their eyes. Enough. Let's not talk about these annoying things. The most important thing now is to find Qin Feiyang's trace. One of the blood hall disciples said with greed in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's group and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the three disciples. At the same time, the other people in the restaurant also looked at the three disciples. Find Qin Feiyang's trace? What did that mean? Wasn't Qin Feiyang in the eastern continent? How could the people of the western continent find him? What are you looking at? The three disciples glanced at the people around them with an unfriendly expression. One of the diners said with a flattering smile, "My lords, don't be angry. We're just curious." There's nothing to be curious about. Besides, even if Qin Feiyang appears in front of you, what can you do? You can only stare at him. The three disciples looked disdainful. Yes. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Jianghu City was only a small city. The highest cultivation level of the people who stayed here was only at the undead realm. As for sovereign realm experts, it was hard to find one even in 10 years. Therefore, no one had the confidence to face Qin Feiyang. One of the blood hall disciples looked at the diners around and said with a smile, "However, since you've already mentioned Qin Feiyang, I might as well tell you the truth." Immediately, everyone pricked up their ears. The waiter of the restaurant served the dishes and wine. He also poured wine for the three of them while listening with anticipation. The blood hall disciple raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. The fiery wine was like a flame rolling in his body. He laughed and said, "Comfortable. Please drink more." The waiter gave a flattering smile and hurriedly poured more for him. The other two blood hall disciples looked at each other and transmitted their voices to this person. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Are we really going to tell them? Since this matter will be exposed sooner or later, there's no harm in telling them. What if we are lucky and Qin Feiyang is hiding somewhere near Jianghu City? If these people help us find him, it will be our contribution. The higher-ups will definitely reward us handsomely. Taking a step back, even if we don't find it, we won't lose anything." The blood hall disciples snickered inwardly. Brilliant. When the other two blood hall disciples heard this, they couldn't help but secretly give him a thumbs up. The blood hall disciple drank another cup of wine. Looking at the people around him, he said with a smile, "To tell you the truth, not long ago, we received news that Qin Feiyang and his accomplices have entered our western continent." "What? They have entered our western continent?" Everyone was shocked. "That's right. I don't know if they did it on purpose or something else. They were directly teleported to our Nine Dragons mountain range. If they didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid they would be dead by now." The blood hall disciple sneered. "No way. They were directly teleported to the Nine Dragons mountain range. That's the headquarters of the blood hall. That's too arrogant." Everyone's face was full of shock. It was hard to imagine how he dared to teleport directly to the Nine Dragons mountain range. Was it a provocation? No way. With what Qin Feiyang had done in the eastern continent, it was really possible. In short, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, just this point alone was worthy of admiration. Because the Nine Dragons mountain range was the largest forbidden area in the western continent. Except for the blood hall, outsiders were not allowed to set foot in it. The most important thing was, even if he delivered himself to their door, the blood hall people did not stop him. This person's means and courage were indeed worthy of his reputation. Look at the look in your eyes. It seems that you admire Qin Feiyang a lot? The three Blood Hall disciples frowned and looked at the crowd unkindly. No, no, absolutely not. Even if you lent us the courage, we wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. We're just scared by Qin Feiyang. At the same time, we're also very angry. We didn't expect him to be so arrogant and run directly to the Nine Dragons mountain range. This is not only a provocation to the Blood Hall, but also to the entire Western continent. Everyone hurriedly hid their inner thoughts and shouted angrily. Those angry faces really seemed to have a deep hatred for Qin Feiyang. Hearing these words, the three were very satisfied, and smiles appeared on their faces again. Although Qin Feiyang escaped from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range, and he might even be feeling proud of himself right now, you can't even stop me when I barged into your headquarters. It seems like your Blood Hall isn't that great either. However, he neglected a very serious problem. The Blood Hall disciples sneered. This person's imagination is really rich. The white-eyed wolf looked at the person with ridicule in his eyes. This was a typical example of thinking smart. But I have to admit that it's really interesting. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. If the Blood Hall was like this, it would be easy to deal with. What problem did he neglect? Xingda's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. The Blood Hall disciple looked at Xingda, then looked at Qin Feiyang, Yueqing, and the white-eyed wolf. He did not take it to heart at all. He only thought that Qin Feiyang was a hedonistic son of some family. Otherwise, who would carry a big fat cat and come to the restaurant for fun? However, these hedonistic sons were really disgusting. Wasn't it because they were lucky when they were reincarnated and met a rich and powerful family? Putting aside the power behind them, they had no ability at all. What he neglected is that this is not the Eastern continent, but the Western continent. The Western continent is my Blood Hall's territory. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. In short, as long as he comes to the Western continent, he will not be able to escape even if he has heaven-defying abilities. The Blood Hall disciple smiled proudly. Qin Feiyang immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, "How can we, the Western continent, allow a Qin Feiyang to strut around and do whatever he wants?" The three Blood Hall disciples sized up Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "I really didn't expect that a hedonistic son of rich parents like you would have such courage." Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and said helplessly, "How do I look like a hedonistic son of rich parents?" "You look like one everywhere." The three rolled their eyes and said, "The higher-ups of our Blood Hall have already issued an order to search the entire continent for Qin Feiyang and his accomplices. There will also be generous rewards." Rewards? Why didn't we know about this? There was no news at all. Everyone was stunned. Because this matter has just happened, the arrest warrant hasn't been issued yet. However, it won't be long before you can see their arrest warrants at the city gates of major cities. Let me tell you, you must cherish this opportunity because the rewards this time are very special. Anyone who reports Qin Feiyang's whereabouts will immediately become a core disciple of our Blood Hall as long as it is verified to be true. Moreover, you will be rewarded with a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact and a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art. As soon as the Blood Hall disciples finished speaking, the restaurant was in an uproar. Core disciples, a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact, and a supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art. Not to mention people from small places like them, even the Blood Hall disciples were full of fatal temptation. This was because there was a huge difference between ordinary disciples and core disciples. For example, the three people in front of them were ordinary disciples. The treatment they enjoyed was far inferior to those core disciples. Let's use a simple analogy. If a core disciple was compared to a son, then an ordinary disciple was equivalent to someone picked up from the roadside. It was completely comparable. Let's talk about the supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact and heaven-defying divine art. A supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact, let alone an ordinary disciple, even a core disciple who was comparable to a son would find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Only the true elites among the core disciples had a chance to obtain it. Moreover, at most, they only had one. For example, Jianghu and Ye Ziang. The two of them were considered the best among the core disciples. However, they only had one supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact. Jiang Feitian's supreme-grade heaven-defying divine artifact was the flaming long saber. Unfortunately, it was scrapped in the hands of the little rabbit before it could appear. Nie Xiang's supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art was his supreme-grade heaven-defying divine art. As for the sky-piercer halberd and armor, they were given to him by Old Hai at the last minute. When they heard about this generous reward, everyone's heart palpitated with eagerness. Because once they obtained this reward, it was equivalent to a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. How is it? You're tempted. Since you're tempted, why don't you act quickly? This Qin Feiyang's whereabouts are unknown. Maybe he's near Jinyuan City now, or even right beside us now. The three Blood Hall disciples laughed. Right beside us? Everyone immediately looked around. They looked at each other with cold light flashing in their eyes. They looked as if they couldn't wait to tear off the face of everyone around them to confirm if there was a fake face. The three Blood Hall disciples looked at each other with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. They didn't say anything more. While drinking, they chatted in a low voice about trivial matters. Suddenly, a shout was heard. A burly man threw over a dozen divine gems, got up and left in a hurry. Bill here too. Seeing this, the others also got up to pay the bill and quickly left the restaurant. Obviously, they had been tempted by this reward and started the long road to find Qin Feiyang. However, they didn't know that the person they were looking for was actually right beside them. So, there were only a few tables left in the restaurant that was full of guests. Qin Feiyang and the other two were at one table. The three Blood Hall disciples were at another table. The guests at the other four tables were also some young men and women. Chapter 3290. Why don't you go? The three people from the Blood Hall looked at Qin Feiyang's table and asked suspiciously. It's important to know one's own limits. This Qin Feiyang is so strong. Even if we can find him, we might already be in his hands before we can report to the Blood Hall. So, although the heaven-defying treasure is very tempting, our lives are more important. The young men and women at the other tables spoke one after another. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Just say it if you're a coward. Why do you have to find such high-sounding excuses? A playboy will always be a playboy. No matter what, he won't be able to achieve anything. The three people from the Blood Hall mocked without hiding it. The young men and women immediately glared at the three. What? You're not convinced? The three people raised their eyebrows and looked at the group with cold eyes. Immediately, the young men and women at the other tables changed their expressions slightly. Trash should have the awareness of being trash. Don't be an eyesore here. Scram. One of the disciples from the Blood Hall smiled contemptuously. When the group of young men and women heard this, they immediately took out some divine crystals and put them on the table. Then, they ran out of the restaurant as if they were running for their lives. Although they were very angry, they couldn't afford to offend the disciples of the Blood Hall. Quite overbearing, Qin Feiyang whispered. He picked up the wine cup and drank as if there was no one around. Then he frowned. This was too disgusting. It tasted like horse urine. How could the three people from the Blood Hall drink it with such relish? Xingde and Yueqing didn't say anything. They just ate the dishes silently. As for the wine, Yueqing ran a restaurant. She could tell the quality of a wine just by smelling it. As for Xingde, he frowned just by looking at the wine cup. This meant that he could also tell the quality of the wine at a glance. As for the white-eyed wolf, it was needless to say. Now, except for the Xuanwu Divine Brew, no other wine could arouse its interest. It didn't even bother to look at it. Why aren't you leaving? Didn't you hear? The three people from the Blood Hall looked at Qin Feiyang and the others who were still sitting there calmly. A trace of hostility immediately appeared between their brows. There is. But why are we leaving? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He put down the wine cup and looked at the three people suspiciously. Young master, please leave. They are disciples of the Blood Hall. We can't afford to offend them. I see, your drinks and food are all free of charge. Just treat it as our restaurant's treat. The shop assistant saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly went forward to persuade him in a low voice. I don't quite understand what you mean. We are all guests of your restaurant just like them. Why are you driving us away because of them? Could it be that your restaurant was specially opened for them? If that's the case, then you shouldn't have let anyone else in. Besides, do we look like people who don't pay their bills? Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he stroked the white-eyed wolf's fur. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf that had turned into a big fat cat was furry and very comfortable to touch. Sorry, I had no choice. I hope young master can forgive me. The waiter hurriedly apologized. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked up at the three people of the blood hall, and said, The three of you, may I have a word with you? The three of them were stunned. What did he mean? Was he trying to get close to them? Get closer? Don't you want to search for treasures in the heavenly cloud ocean? I know a place where a legendary treasure is hidden, but we haven't been able to get it because our cultivation is not enough. But seeing that the three of you are very strong, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang said. Legendary level heaven-defying divine item? The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of greed. Where is it? Then, the three of them looked at Qin Feiyang and asked eagerly. It's not far. If the three of you are interested, we can join hands and have a try. Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them looked at each other again, and a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. They nodded and said, Of course we are interested in such a good thing. Brother, we have a bad attitude before. Please forgive us. There was a hint of flattery in their tone. It's okay. After all, the three of you are disciples of the blood hall. Naturally, you are superior to ordinary people like us. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Don't talk so much. The disciples of the blood hall are human beings, and so are ordinary people. Everyone is equal, right? The attitude of the three of them was completely different from before. However, Qin Feiyang had already felt the killing intent in their eyes. Yes, everyone is equal. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and asked, Then shall we set off now? Of course. Things might change if we delay. The three of them couldn't wait to get up and cordially put Qin Feiyang in the middle, as if they were afraid that he would run away, and walked toward the door. Three lords, the bill hasn't been settled yet. The waiter hurriedly looked at the three of them and said timidly, Settle the bill. We are disciples of the blood hall. It's your honor to come to your shabby restaurant. How dare you ask us to settle the bill? Are you going to stay here forever? The three of them suddenly looked cold. We wouldn't dare. Take care, my lords. The waiter's face turned pale, and he hurriedly nodded and smiled flatteringly. The three of them sneered and walked straight out of the restaurant. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and then at the waiter, and then nodded to Xingde behind him. Xingde understood. He took out hundreds of divine gems and put them on the table next to him, and said, Is the bill for 2 tables enough? Yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly and bowed, Thank you, my lord. Xingde shook his head and then chased after them with Yueqing, Qin Feiyang, and the 3 people of the blood hall. When they caught up with Qin Feiyang, they were surprised to find that Qin Feiyang was actually talking and laughing with the 3 people of the blood hall. What is Qin Dage doing? Yueqing looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and secretly asked, I don't know. We don't need to know. We just need to follow. Xingde replied coldly. When Yueqing heard this, she glanced at Xingde, who had a cold face. Was this person emotionless? Not long after, Qin Feiyang and the others left Jinyuan City and flew toward the mountain range in front. Not long after Qin Feiyang and the others left, a guard rushed to the city gate and then posted a notice on both sides of the city gate. This was the arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang and the others from the blood hall. Not only was there a portrait of Qin Feiyang on it, but there were also portraits of Xingde and Yueqing. Arrest warrant for Qin Feiyang? He has already entered the Western continent. No way. He shouldn't have the guts. After all, the Western continent is the blood hall's territory. Isn't he courting death by coming to the Western continent? Just like the restaurant, the people at the city gate were in an uproar. Moreover, It was not only Jinyuan City. At this moment, all the cities in the Western continent, including those small villages and towns, had issued arrest warrants for Qin Feiyang. The news that Qin Feiyang had entered the Western continent immediately spread like wildfire. Almost everyone felt that it was very unbelievable. How could he do such a suicidal thing? At the same time, the reward on the arrest warrant also made countless people crazy. A core disciple and 2 supreme-level heaven-defying treasures, not to mention ordinary people, even those rich and powerful families were envious. Therefore, a storm of searching for Qin Feiyang set off in the Western continent. Back to Qin Feiyang. At this moment, they had already left Jinyuan City and appeared in the sky above a valley. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped. The 3 from the blood hall also stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 3 and said with a smile, "I suddenly remembered that I seem to have remembered wrongly. That legendary level heaven-defying treasure is not in the heavenly cloud ocean." "How could you remember wrongly? You must be playing with us." The 3's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "How would I dare to play with you?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and then said, "I really remembered wrongly. It's not in the heavenly cloud ocean." "Then where is it?" The 3 frowned. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and grinned, "It's on me." "On you?" The 3 were slightly stunned. Why was there something wrong with these words? Suddenly, when they saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, a cold light surged in their eyes, and they shouted, "You're really playing with us. Ha, you finally realized. I thought you would continue to be so stupid. Don't use your brain to think about it. Would I give you a legendary level heaven-defying treasure?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. "You're courting death." The 3 flew into a rage and punched toward Qin Feiyang. "It's not me who's courting death, it's you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Xingda. Xingda immediately took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. His divine aura roared, and the 3 were immediately imprisoned in the void. "This is..." The 3 immediately looked at Xingda in shock. "What a powerful divine aura. Did you see that? Great perfection sovereign realm. You're just imperishable realm cultivators. What are you? Do you really think we're playboys? Ridiculous." White-eyed Wolf's face was full of disdain. Great perfection sovereign realm. When the 3 heard this, their faces turned incomparably pale. Xingda looked at the 3 coldly and said, "Do you know who the young master is? How dare you attack him?" "Young master?" When they heard Xingda address Qin Feiyang this way, the 3's hearts were in turmoil. A grand perfection sovereign realm's supreme existence was actually the servant of this hedonistic young master? Who exactly was this person? Could he be the son of some big shot in the upper echelon of the blood hall? However, even if he was the son of those big shots, he wouldn't receive such treatment. The more the 3 thought about it, the more terrified they became. How terrifying was this person that they had encountered? "Do you know this person?" Qin Feiyang didn't say much. As he waved his hand, the phantom of a purple-clothed young man appeared. He was 1.8 meters tall, had a tall figure, and looked dignified. He seemed to be full of arrogance. Looking at the purple-clothed young man, the 3's faces were full of shock and suspicion. "You know him?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course we know him. But only we know him. He doesn't know us. He's the Hall Master's grandson, Pei Wanli. He's the young Hall Master of our blood hall." The 3 hurriedly replied. Chapter 3291. "Pei Wanli," Qin Feiyang murmured and turned to look at Xingda with a questioning look. As Master's confidant, Xingda should also know about Pei Wanli. "That's right. He is Pei Wanli, the grandson of the Blood Hall Master." Xingda nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before looking at the 3 people from the Blood Hall and asked, "Can you guys contact him?" The 3 of them were stunned and quickly said, "How can we contact him? With our status, we don't even have the qualifications to contact him." "So, you guys are worthless?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Hearing this, Xingda was ready to make a move. "Don't kill us. Although we can't see him, we can think of a way. Give us a chance, we can definitely do it," the three of them quickly shouted, their eyes filled with fear. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang stopped Xingde and looked at the three of them. I'm sure. The three of them nodded. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and looked at Xingde. Let them go. Xingde retracted his aura. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and said with a smile, I definitely can't trust you guys easily, so you guys have to swear in front of me. Swear? The three of them were slightly stunned. He actually wanted them to swear? This person must be stupid. Who didn't know that swearing was equivalent to fart? Xingde and Yueqing couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. Didn't he have a control-type secret technique? It would be better to directly control them. What was the point of swearing? However, what they didn't notice was that Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf seemed to have a trace of hope in their eyes. Don't agree? Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and asked with a smile. Agree. We'll swear now. The three of them came back to their senses and quickly nodded. There were actually people in the world who believed in the so-called oath. It seemed that even if this person had a great background, he was just an idiot. I'll teach you guys. Qin Feiyang smiled. That doesn't need to be taught, right? Who doesn't know how to swear? The three waved their hands. Cut the crap. Do what I tell you to do. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. All right. The three of them nodded. Qin Feiyang said, First, take out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence? The three of them were stunned. Do you want to die? White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. No. The three of them hurriedly shook their heads and quickly refined a drop of blood essence. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, When you make the oath, you have to say that we will serve Qin Feiyang for life and will never betray him. If we violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Is this any different from when we usually swear? The three of them looked at each other. Wait a minute. But soon after, their eyes trembled. Moreover, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. To serve Qin Feiyang for life, Qin Feiyang. They slowly turned their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang. What did he say? Did they hear it wrong? Why did he say that they would serve Qin Feiyang? Yes. I am the Qin Feiyang you are looking for. Qin Feiyang chuckled. When the two of them heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Their minds rumbled. The person in front of them was Qin Feiyang? The person holding the big fat cat and acting like a playboy was actually Qin Feiyang, whose name shook the sky cloud realm. This was too much of a coincidence. Previously in the restaurant, it was said that Qin Feiyang might be in Jinyuan City. Was he really in Jinyuan City? And he had been sitting next to them all this time? At this moment, they couldn't help but want to cry. Why were they so unlucky to run into this fierce person? They didn't run into him. It was clearly them who ran into him. Although they said that he was powerful, in fact, they didn't have the courage to face Qin Feiyang at all. After all, who didn't know how terrifying this person was? Meeting him was tantamount to meeting the Grim Reaper. Especially before, they were arrogant in front of Qin Feiyang. Now, just thinking about it, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Even an existence like Old Hai was forced to self-destruct by this person, let alone small characters like them. With a casual move, he could crush them alive. I'm sorry. The more the three of them thought about it, the more scared they became. In the end, they knelt in the void powerlessly and cried out in despair. I'm really sorry. We were blind before. Please forgive us and give us a way out, huh? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said suspiciously, Did I say I would kill you? With such courage, they actually dared to run to the sky cloud realm to search for treasures. It was really admirable. In fact, he himself didn't realize how terrifying he was in the eyes of these people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was like a devil. How could the three of them listen to him now? Their minds were already blank. They kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Xingde and Yueqing couldn't help but want to laugh. They were so arrogant before, but now that they knew Qin Feiyang's identity, they immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. This change was too big. Qin Feiyang also helplessly rubbed his forehead. The world only knew that he was a ruthless person, but in fact, he was really a kind person. Shouldn't one look at people's hearts? Shut up. Impatient, Qin Feiyang coldly shouted, and a murderous aura rushed towards the three of them. The three of them quivered and quickly shut their mouths. Their faces were pale as they looked at Qin Feiyang with fear. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The psychological quality of these Blood Hall disciples was too weak. He then said, "As long as you swear, I will let you go." "Good, good, good." The three of them nodded like they were pounding garlic. "Come, I will teach you," Qin Feiyang taught them step by step. When the three of them swore, blood clouds immediately surged in the sky. Following closely, 3 blood-red marks soared into the sky and merged with the three's blood essence. Then, they disappeared into the three's bodies. Xingda and Yueqing looked at the sky in surprise. Why did a vision suddenly appear? Could it be related to the oath? That couldn't be right. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen a vision from the sky when they swore an oath. Qin Feiyang didn't explain to the two of them. He looked at the three of them and said with a smile, "The oath is done. Go back quickly." "Are you really letting us go?" The three of them looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "What else? Am I really going to kill you?" Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and pursed it with a hint of playfulness. The three of them looked at each other and hurriedly got up. They turned around and rushed away as if they were running for their lives. "He actually let us go? This person is really stupid. This is the first time I've seen someone who actually believes in an oath. He's so naive that it's ridiculous. Don't talk so much. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. Let's go back and report to the temple master." "But don't you think it's strange that when we swore an oath, there was a vision from the sky? It's indeed a little strange. But this must be Qin Feiyang's trick. Don't worry about it." The three of them secretly discussed with a hint of mockery in their eyes. He even believed in an oath. It seemed that this Qin Feiyang was just SOSO. Boom. But at this moment, above the sky, a deafening sound of thunder suddenly rang out. The three of them were shocked and hurriedly looked up. The three of them hadn't gone far. Qin Feiyang, Yueqing, and White-Eyed Wolf also heard the sound of thunder clearly. Yueqing and Xingda also immediately looked up at the sky suspiciously. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf's eyes lit up. In the next moment, 3 streaks of blood lightning fell from the sky and blasted towards the three of them at an extremely terrifying speed. "What's going on?" The three of them turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran away. However, at the same time, the mark of the blood oath that had entered their bodies before suddenly shattered. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 3 streaks of blood lightning from the sky also instantly drowned them. Accompanied by 3 shrill screams, the 3 of them were instantly destroyed. Struck by lightning? Xingda and Yueqing were astonished. How many evil things had the 3 of them done? That's why they were struck by lightning. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other with a hint of shock in their eyes. Not only was the blood oath true, but the power of the divine punishment was also so terrifying. The 3 of them were Eternal Realm experts, but they were actually killed in an instant. It should be said that they were obliterated. Nothing was left. This was too terrifying. Phew! White-Eyed Wolf took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, "I feel that this thing is more effective than the mark of slavery and the puppet technique. As long as the oath is made, you can't even betray us in your heart. I also feel that it's more effective than the control secret technique." Qin Feiyang nodded. Because the 3 of them didn't do anything to betray them before, but they were struck by the divine punishment. This meant that they must have been communicating secretly. Communicating secretly couldn't escape the obliteration of the blood oath. If used properly, it could become a great trump card. "What are you talking about?" Xingda and Yueqing heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf in confusion. Could it be that it wasn't as they thought, that the 3 of them were struck by lightning because they had done too many evil things, but that it had something to do with the oath they had made? Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Xingda and Yueqing looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness. Why couldn't they stop keeping them in suspense? If they didn't get to the bottom of such a strange thing, they would feel terrible. The details are confidential for now. You just need to know that their deaths are indeed related to the oath they had made. Qin Feiyang smiled. Xingda and Xingda were shocked when they heard this. It really was related to the oath they had made. What kind of oath was that? Everyone knew that oaths were too fake. Some people even made vows every day, but they had never seen anyone suffer the wrath of the heavens. But at this moment, the oaths of the three of them had come true? How could this not be strange? No one would believe it if this was told to others. The experiment of the blood oath has succeeded, but we have to find the person again. We can't wait for Pei Wanli to come out of the blood hall by himself. White-eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Blood oath?" Yueqing and Xingda were stunned. Was that the name of the oath? I didn't expect the three of them to trick Pei Wanli out at all. It was purely for the experiment of the blood oath. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then how are you going to lure him out? White-eyed Wolf was suspicious. Chapter 3293. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Boss Xing glanced at Qin Feiyang, thought for a while, and said, "Why don't we cater to his liking?" Cater to his liking? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He thought for a while and said, "Even if we cater to his liking, we need to know what he likes." "Do you know what he likes?" "I don't know." Boss Xing shook his head. Although he knew about Pei Wanli, he didn't have much contact with him, let alone know much about him. Yueqing pondered for a while, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "People like to eat, drink, and play. We'll try them one by one. He'll take the bait." It's true that he likes to eat, drink, and play. But for someone of his status, what hasn't he eaten and played? Besides, the news that we've entered the Western continent has spread. The master of the blood hall knows that I'm a vengeful person. He definitely won't allow him to leave the blood hall. In fact, whether this method will work or not is one thing. The main thing is that it's too time-consuming. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yueqing fell silent. If they really tried them one by one, it would indeed be a waste of time. But this was the only way she could think of. The white-eyed wolf waved his paw impatiently and said, "Why are you thinking so much? Let's just sneak into the blood hall and drag that little bastard out." Sneak into the blood hall? Yueqing and Boss Xing looked at each other speechlessly. They had just escaped from the blood hall. Now they had to go back? Only a fool would do that. Sneaking into the blood hall is indeed worth a try. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. What? Boss Xing and Boss Xing looked at each other. They really wanted to give it a try? Well, they were wrong. They were not fools, but lunatics. Because only lunatics would do such a thing. Qin Feiyang turned to Yueqing and asked with a smile, "Miss Yueqing, what's your plan now?" Yueqing pondered for a while and shook her head. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang said, "I think you should return to the Eastern continent now." Return to the Eastern continent now? Yueqing was stunned. "I know you can't accept it. However, the rise of a force is not something that can be achieved at will. It has to be done step by step. Actually, you don't have to be so anxious. The Tianyue Tower has just gained a firm foothold in the Eastern continent. It's entirely possible to stabilize it first before considering expanding to the other three continents." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I understand what you mean. But now, I've only just arrived at the Western continent, and I haven't done anything at all. To return with my tail between my legs is truly a huge blow." Yueqing looked around, her face full of unwillingness. "What's there to be shocked about? It's very common." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Yueqing pondered for a while and nodded. "All right, I'll go back first. Anyway, I'll only be a burden to you if I stay. Don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid that you'll be a burden to us. I'm afraid that we'll implicate you. The grudge between me and the blood hall has reached a point where it can't be resolved tactfully. In the future, it'll be a life and death situation. Therefore, it won't do you any good to stay by my side now." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Is it that serious? No matter how deep the grudge is, it can be resolved peacefully." Yueqing said. "Peacefully," Qin Feiyang murmured, and a cold light slowly emerged in his eyes. "If it's purely against me, I can consider resolving it peacefully with them. However, they're not just against me. They shouldn't have attacked the people around me. Thinking back, on the day he married the mermaid princess, Old Hai and Pei Wanli went to the Great Qin Empire and forcefully abducted the mermaid princess without any explanation. Moreover, they severely injured the guardian of the third floor of the divine site, Fire Python, and almost killed him. There was also the Sword Emperor and the other three. Even if his Qi Si wasn't crippled, he wouldn't have any strength to fight back when facing such a powerful blood haul, let alone escape. Was there a need to torture them like this? Therefore, this hatred and anger couldn't be resolved with the word peace. Besides, if he had to swallow this insult, then was he worthy of being a man? All right. Yueqing nodded. She couldn't help but envy the people around Qin Feiyang. They were completely protecting them like family. How good would it be if there was such a man in this world who would protect her like this? Unfortunately, it was just a dream. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Snowflake appeared. Send her back to Cloud Sea City. Snowflake replied. Buzz. But at this moment, Yueqing's divine voice transmission stone suddenly vibrated. Yueqing was slightly stunned. She took out the divine voice transmission stone and checked it. She smiled and said, "So it's Sister Miao Miao." "The Miao?" Xingde was suspicious. Yueqing nodded and activated the divine voice transmission stone. At this moment, a woman in a colorful dress appeared. Who else could it be but Yi Miao? However, at this moment, there were two people beside Yi Miao. Seeing these two people, Qin Feiyang and the others changed their expressions. Because one of them was the Blood Hall Master. They were dumbfounded. Why was Yi Miao Miao with the Blood Hall's Hall Master? The other person was an old man in a black robe. His entire body was wrapped in a black robe, and even his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was filled with mystery. Qin Feiyang had seen this person before. It was the black-robed man who had repeatedly sent messages to the Vice Alliance leader. He's the Dark Guard commander of the Blood Hall. The Dark Guard of the Blood Hall is equivalent to the law enforcer of the Demon Hall. It's said that this person has mastered the law of time, and his strength isn't inferior to the major figures at all. Xingde stared at the black-robed man's shadow and secretly explained to Qin Feiyang. Dark Guard commander. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. It seemed that even if he killed the Great Deacon, the overall loss to the Blood Hall wouldn't be too great. Sister Miao Miao, what's going on? Yueqing looked at Yi Miao and asked. At this moment, Yi Miao's face was also full of panic and fear. Let me tell you. The Blood Hall Master took a step forward and looked at Qin Feiyang. You're really hiding your strength. How long have you been in the Sky Cloud realm? You've actually cultivated a force like the Tianyue Tower. Although Qin Feiyang had changed his appearance, from the eyes of Xingde and Yueqing, they could see that this purple-robed young man holding a big fat cat was the Qin Feiyang they were looking for. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Xingde, Yueqing, and White-Eyed Wolf were also stunned. Did the Blood Hall think that the Tianyue Tower was a force under Qin Feiyang? However, you're still one step behind. The Mermaid Emperor and White-Winged King haven't been found yet, and now another subordinate has fallen into my hands. Tell me, how should I deal with it? The Blood Hall Master looked at Qin Feiyang, his face full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang was speechless. How could he judge that the Tianyue Tower was a force under his control? He and Yueqing and Yi Miao Miao could at most be considered as ordinary friends. You misunderstood. Yueqing came back to her senses and hurriedly looked at the Blood Hall Master. The Tianyue Tower is mine and Sister Miao Miao's. It has nothing to do with Qin Feiyang. Don't hurt her. Do you think I'm stupid? If you have nothing to do with each other, would you be with him now? The Blood Hall Master sneered. Yueqing couldn't explain. Because this was the best proof. If she were the Blood Hall Master, she definitely wouldn't listen to her explanation. Qin Feiyang frowned, looked at the Blood Hall Master, and asked, So, now you're going to use Yi Miao's life to force me to show up? Then, are you going to show up or not? The Blood Hall Master smiled playfully. First, you used the Sword Emperor's life to force me to show up at the exchange meet, and now you're using the same trick again. Can't the Blood Hall be a little more shameless? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. We've already come to this point. Is face still important? The hall master of the blood hall smiled indifferently. Then kill her. Qin Feiyang shrugged. What else could he do when encountering such a shameless person? He couldn't really risk his life for Yi Miao. Although he valued friendship and righteousness, he wasn't so kind as to help someone he wasn't familiar with. His friendship and righteousness were limited to the people around him. The blood hall master and the black-robed old man were stunned. He didn't care at all? Qin Dage, however, Yue Qing and Yi Miao panicked. Especially Yi Miao Miao, her face was ghastly pale, and she looked at Qin Feiyang like a helpless child. Qin Feiyang ignored her directly. He looked at the blood hall master and said indifferently, "If you have time to think about this, why don't you think about how to defeat me fair and square? After all, I've always won the competition between us." After that, Qin Feiyang raised the corners of his mouth slightly with a hint of sarcasm. Then, he turned his head and looked away. The blood hall master clenched his fists tightly after hearing this. If one were to talk about the blood hall's greatest scar, it would undoubtedly be the repeated losses they had suffered at Qin Feiyang's hands. Therefore, Qin Feiyang's ruthless words were equivalent to tearing open this scar and causing it to bleed profusely. You don't care? Sure. Commander of the secret guards, kill her. The blood hall master yelled. The commander of the secret guards immediately unleashed a terrifying aura as he grabbed Yi Miao's head. Stop it. Yue Qing immediately yelled. She then looked at Qin Feiyang and exclaimed, Qin Dage, please be kind and save Sister Miao Miao. I'll kneel before you. Saying this, she actually knelt before Qin Feiyang. Xingde frowned and transmitted his voice. Young master, there's no need to meddle in this. Qin Feiyang remained silent. The blood hall master's eyes flickered with murderous intent when he saw Qin Feiyang standing still. He yelled, kill. The commander of the secret guards exerted a little force on his arm. Yi Miao's head immediately began to bleed. She stood there trembling in despair. Qin Dage, Yue Qing yelled in despair. That's enough. Qin Feiyang turned around and glanced at Yue Qing. He then looked at the blood hall master and asked, Tell me, what do you want? I thought you didn't care. The blood hall master smiled and said, If you want me to let her go, give me your ruler divine weapon in exchange. What? The ancient castle in exchange? Qin Feiyang was startled. Ha! The white-eyed wolf burst out laughing while holding his stomach. Was this old man out of his mind? He was asking them to give him their ruler divine weapon in exchange for someone who had nothing to do with them? His naivety was truly admirable. This time, even Yu Qing was silent. Although she really wanted to save Yi Miao Miao, asking Qin Feiyang to exchange a sovereign divine weapon for Yi Miao Miao was indeed a little too much. The blood hall master was unaware of the relationship between the Tianyue Pavilion and Qin Feiyang. However, she clearly knew that Qin Feiyang had helped them out of kindness. It was his duty not to help them. Therefore, she could only resign herself to fate. Chapter 3294. Shut up. The blood hall master stared at the white-eyed wolf gloomily. You told such a big joke and you don't allow others to laugh? The white-eyed wolf laughed happily. He was an old antique who had lived for countless years. How could he have such a childish thought? Not to mention that Yi Miao was not related to them. Even if they were, they would not use the Dominator divine weapon to exchange for her. If it were you, would you agree to use your horsetail whisk to exchange for her? As long as there was nothing wrong with your brain, you would know that it was unrealistic. In other words, anyone who could say something like that was basically a brainless person. It was better to bring some brains with you the next time you went out to avoid being laughed at. The blood hall master's face was gloomy. That's enough. Don't make a fool of yourself. After all, you're already so old. Don't end up like old Hai and end up in a situation where you can't protect your integrity. As for Yi Miao, you can kill her if you want. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood hall master and smiled faintly. Then he looked at Yue Qing and said, Turn off the divine voice stone. But Yue Qing's face was filled with anxiety. Young master asked you to turn it off. Turn it off quickly. Xingde raised his eyebrows. Yueqing sensed a trace of killing intent in Xing Da's eyes. Her gaze trembled slightly. She looked at Yi Miao and said, "Sister Miao Miao, don't be afraid. I'll find a way to save you." After saying that, she turned off the divine voice stone. Then she looked at Qin Feiyang. Her pitiful look made one's heart ache. "I told you before not to get too close to me. You didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. Yi Miao has been captured. The Blood Hall has another bargaining chip." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so willful and followed you to the Western continent." Yueqing lowered her head. Her face was filled with self-blame. "What's the use of regretting now? Not to mention Yi Miao, I'm afraid that even you will be targeted by the Blood Hall if you return to the Eastern continent now. Tell me, you're doing fine in the Eastern continent. Why did you insist on coming to the Western continent with us? Aren't you just adding to our troubles?" The white-eyed wolf's irritated look made Yueqing feel even more guilty. "Alright, it has already happened. What's the point of saying all this?" Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Xingda and instructed, "Go and investigate immediately. Aside from this Pei Wanli, who else is important to the Blood Hall's Hall Master? Also, investigate this hidden guard commander." "All right." Xingda nodded. Then he turned around and left at lightning speed. "I'll go check it out too." Yueqing looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Forget it. With your cultivation level, once your identity is exposed, only death awaits you. At that time, we'll have to think of a way to save you. So, just stay here quietly and don't cause any more trouble for us." The white-eyed wolf said. Yueqing stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. There was a trace of unwillingness on her face. "I think you're really arrogant. You don't even know your surname anymore. Do you think that the Tianyue building can develop so quickly in the Eastern continent because of you and Yi Miao?" The white-eyed wolf said with disdain. Yueqing immediately lowered her head like a deflated balloon when she heard this. Although the white-eyed wolf said it very bluntly, it was undeniable that it was indeed the truth. If it wasn't for Qin Feiyang's help, the Tianyue building wouldn't have developed so quickly. Take Zhuo Tianxing as an example. After Zhuo Tianxing became the city governor of Cloud Sea City, he gave the Tianyue building a lot of benefits. Qin Feiyang ignored the white-eyed wolf and Yueqing. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, his eyes trembled. He quickly took out the divine sound transmission stone and sent a message to Zhuo Tianxing. Since the Blood Hall made a move on Yi Miao, there was no reason why they wouldn't make a move on Zhuo Tianxing and the others. Because Zhuo Tianxing and Lu Jingyuan were the two people who were really related to him. Not long after, Zhuo Tianxing's shadow appeared. "Qin Feiyang?" Zhuo Tianxing was stunned and said with a smile, "It seems that you've successfully entered the Western continent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have changed your appearance. Are you sending me a message to tell us that you're safe?" "Tell us that you're safe?" Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "I'm sending you a message to see if you're safe." "What do you mean?" Zhuo Tianxing was suspicious. Qin Feiyang briefly told him about Yi Miao's situation. "What? Does the Blood Hall really intend to continue being so shameless?" Zhuo Tianxing was furious when he heard this. Qin Feiyang said, "That's why I'm sending you a message to confirm your safety. Don't worry. Our cultivation is at the perfected sovereign realm. Without full confidence, the Blood Hall won't easily deal with us." Zhuo Tianxing comforted. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yi Miao was only at the imperishable realm. Not to mention the Blood Hall, even Qin Feiyang was confident that he could catch her effortlessly. However, Zhuo Tianxing and Lu Jingyuan were different. Both of them were at the perfected sovereign realm. Elder Yu was also at the greater mastery sovereign realm. Even if they couldn't defeat the Blood Hall, they could at least resist. If they resisted, there would definitely be a commotion. As long as there was a commotion, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace would be alerted. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Palace had temporarily entered a period of peace. If the Blood Hall caused a commotion in the Eastern continent at this time, they would definitely be attacked by the two forces. The Blood Hall didn't want to see such an outcome. Therefore, If they wanted to use Zhuo Tianxing and the others to threaten Qin Feiyang, they would first have to secretly bring them to the Western continent. It's good that you're fine. Be careful in the future. Especially don't leave alone. Also, tell Master to discuss with Elder Hua. If there's a chance, it's better to get rid of the Blood Hall's spies. Qin Feiyang reminded. The Blood Hall's spies will definitely be endless. Because if you get rid of one batch, another batch will come. Unless you set up a barrier around the entire Eastern continent and check the identity of anyone who enters or leaves. But doing so will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. It's not something we can afford. Zhuo Tianxing sighed. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. For something like this, they had to deal with the root cause. As long as the Blood Hall was destroyed, the Blood Hall's forces would naturally collapse. Not to mention other things, at least they wouldn't brazenly come out to stir up trouble in the future. After the conversation, Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone. He looked at Snowflake floating beside him and said, "Follow me for a while." The space-time gate could only be opened once a day, so it wasn't very convenient. As for Yi Tian, although he had mastered the law of space-time, he was cultivating in seclusion. It wasn't good to disturb him, so he could only let Snowflake stay for the time being. The weapon spirit was stunned and hurriedly said, "If I follow you, what about my cultivation? Don't worry. After I'm done with this, I'll let you go to the land of origin to cultivate properly." Qin Feiyang smiled. Alright. The artifact spirit reluctantly responded. In its opinion, this was purely a waste of time. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and put Snowflake into his Qi. Then he looked at White-Eyed Wolf and Yueqing and said with a smile, "Boss Xing shouldn't be back for a while. The Blood Hall's wanted order should have been issued. Let's go to Jinyuan City to take a look." Yueqing nodded. Qin Feiyang and Yueqing changed their appearances again. Moreover, due to the White-Eyed Wolf's initial teasing, she didn't make herself look ugly this time. Instead, she became a graceful woman in her 20s, wearing a white dress. As for the White-Eyed Wolf, he casually changed into a big yellow dog. After all, their faces had been seen by the Blood Hall Master and the Dark Guard Commander, so they couldn't continue to use them. After that, Qin Feiyang opened an altar and brought Yueqing and the White-Eyed Wolf to the gate of Jinyuan City. As expected, at this moment, there were no less than hundreds of people gathered in front of the city gate. They were discussing animatedly and it was extremely noisy. Qin Feiyang walked up and saw the wanted orders on both sides of the city gate. He couldn't help but smile. How can you still smile? Yueqing was speechless. She was almost worried to death. But this person didn't seem to care at all. No one could compare to this kind of mentality. I've always believed in one sentence. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at the city gate. As soon as the wanted orders were out, even the city gate began to be strictly checked. The movement wasn't small, but was it useful to Qin Feiyang? Obviously it was useless. If he could be found just like that, then he would have died countless times along the way. Qin Dage, look, could they be the Blood Hall's Dark Guards? Suddenly, Yueqing pointed to the sky above the city. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw two black-robed people sitting cross-legged above the city. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but it wasn't difficult to judge from the murderous aura emitted from their bodies that both of them were ruthless people. And judging from their aura, both of them were Great Mastery Sovereign Realm. Great Mastery Sovereign Realm was considered a mainstay in the Sky Cloud Realm, but now they came to Jinyuan City to guard. Even if they weren't Dark Guards, they must be from the Blood Hall. Great Mastery Sovereign Realm. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. These two people should be valuable. But now, Xingde wasn't here. It wouldn't be easy to capture these two people with his and the White-Eyed Wolf's strength. It wouldn't be a problem if they went all out in a fight. Because whether it was him or the White-Eyed Wolf, they both had their trump cards. But if they went all out in a fight, it would inevitably cause a sensation. This way, it would attract more people. This couldn't be a joke. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf. Seeing that the White-Eyed Wolf was also eager to make a move, he transmitted his voice. Don't be anxious, wait for Xingde to come back first. Immediately, 2 people and 1 wolf turned around and left. You guys wait. But just as they turned around, a cold shout sounded. Everyone present couldn't help but be stunned and looked at the guards at the city gate. There were a total of 4 guards. The person who spoke was one of them. This guard looked at Qin Feiyang and Yueqing and nodded. Yes, I'm talking about you guys. The 2 of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang read from Yueqing's eyes. Could it be that they recognized their identities? Don't be nervous. Qin Feiyang comforted her secretly and cupped his hands. Sir, what instructions do you have? I think you guys are a little suspicious. That guard walked over and sized up Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Chapter 3295. Suspicious. Once those words were said, everyone present immediately turned their gazes to Qin Feiyang and Wang Chang. The other 3 guards also slowly surrounded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was really shocked when he heard that. Did they really find out? But it didn't make sense. Before they came, they had changed their appearance and disguised themselves so well. Moreover, the guards didn't have the fiery golden eyes. How could they be seen through? Looking at Yueqing, who was already panicking, Qin Feiyang quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Calm down." Feeling Qin Feiyang's strong hand, Yueqing inexplicably felt at ease and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. Qin Feiyang looked at the guard and said with some fear, "Sir, you can't say that. After all, there are so many people watching." "Then let me ask you, why didn't you enter the city?" The guard looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the guard and said, "We didn't plan to enter the city in the first place. We just saw so many people gathered here to watch the show, so we came to take a look out of curiosity." "Is that so? I think you're guilty and don't dare to be checked by the Heaven's Eye Stone, so you turned around and left." The guard snorted and took out a Heaven's Eye Stone from his arms and handed it to Qin Feiyang. His meaning was self-evident. "Qin Dage, what should we do?" Yueqing said secretly. "It seems that I've underestimated the people of the Blood Hall." Qin Feiyang said. Usually, no one would pay attention to such small details. But now, they were caught red-handed by a guard. The Western continent was different from the Eastern continent. All the major cities in the Eastern continent belonged to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. But in the Western continent, the Blood Hall was the only ruler. So, whether it was the city lords or the guards, they were all from the Blood Hall. "Don't dare? It seems that there's something wrong with you." The guard smiled coldly. Swish. At the same time, in the sky, the 2 black-robed men suddenly stood up. One of them landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the other landed behind Qin Feiyang. They didn't hide their murderous intent. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one of them go. "If you don't obediently accept the check, you'll all die." The guard shouted. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the guard, nodded and said, "Okay, I accept the check." After saying this, Qin Feiyang grabbed the Heaven's Eye Stone. He really dared to grab the Heaven's Eye Stone? Then he should have no problem. Seeing this, everyone discussed in low voices, and some people had already left. But at this moment, the 4 guards were also stunned for a moment. They quickly looked at the 2 black-robed men and roared, "Master Shadow Guards, there must be something wrong with them." Sure enough, they're the Blood Hall's Dark Guards. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The 2 black-robed men also reacted. Their divine aura suddenly surged toward Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The surrounding crowd also turned and fled at once. "What should we do?" Yueqing was a little flustered. "It's already like this. What else can we do?" "White-eyed wolf, it's time for you to show your power." Qin Feiyang was very calm. What kind of storm had he not experienced? It was just 2 dark guards. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs and smiled. The power of death rolled out and a dark red crescent moon rose into the sky. The entire area seemed to have turned into an azura hell. The 2 dark guards were dumbfounded. The onlookers who had run away to watch also looked at the waning moon with shock and bewilderment. This seems to be the law of death? I didn't expect a big yellow dog to comprehend the law of death. Wait. I've heard of the various profound meanings of the law of death. But I don't have any impression of this profound meaning. Could this be the profound meaning of the law of death, or an even higher profound meaning? But how is this possible? The aura this big yellow dog is emitting is only that of a half-step sovereign. A half-step sovereign can comprehend the profound meaning of the law of death? You must be dreaming. While everyone was still in shock, the white-eyed wolf stood up and waved its claws. The dark red waning moon instantly turned into a ferocious beast and charged toward the two dark guards. People of Jianghu City, evacuate immediately! One of the dark guards roared. Boom! Immediately after, the two dark guards activated their profound meaning of the law of slaughter and the law of sword respectively. Evacuate? Shouldn't you be here to protect us? When the people in the city heard the dark guards roar, they were stunned. You are all dark guards, greater mastery sovereigns. Any one of you can kill that big yellow dog in an instant. One of you can kill the big yellow dog while the other protects Jianghu City. Isn't this more than enough? But now they are actually asking them to evacuate? Since the two dark guards want us to evacuate, it means that even they don't have much confidence. Why aren't you evacuating? Do you want to be destroyed along with Jianghu City? At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed out of the city lord's residence and roared anxiously. This person was the city lord of Jianghu City, a half-step sovereign. What? Even the dark guards don't have confidence? The people quivered and immediately scrambled to escape from the city. In their hearts, they were extremely bewildered. What kind of Upanishad was that dark red waning moon? In the blink of an eye, the three profound meanings clashed, and a destructive aura instantly spread out in all directions with this place as the center. The snowflake immediately appeared and released wisps of divine power to block the shockwave. After all, the snowflake was a legendary divine artifact that was comparable to a perfected sovereign. Without a doubt, Jianghu City was instantly razed to the ground. Those who fled and those who were watching from afar had greatly underestimated the power of the three profound meanings. They were all affected by the shockwaves and were thrown off their feet. They were battered and exhausted. However, when they stabilized their bodies and looked at the center of the battlefield again, their expressions froze. The dark red waning moon continuously clashed with the fifth profound meaning of the two dark guards, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. How was this possible? One had to know that the two dark guards were both sovereigns, and that big yellow dog was only a half-step sovereign. After a few rounds, the waning moon finally shattered. The white-eyed wolf's body trembled slightly, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful the law of death was, it couldn't make up for the difference of three minor realms. It seems like with my current cultivation, I can only suppress sovereigns of the minor realms. I won't be able to defeat sovereigns of the greater realms. The white-eyed wolf muttered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed sinisterly. It really is a supreme profound meaning. When the two dark guards heard this, their eyes were filled with disbelief. He was only a half-step sovereign. How could he have a supreme profound meaning? The heavens must be joking. If even these two dark guards were like this, there was no need to talk about the others. Not to mention the supreme profound meaning of the law of death, even the supreme profound meaning of an ordinary law was something they could only dream about. What sort of divine being was this big yellow dog? How could he be so terrifying? The two of you should be tactful. Obediently kneel down and accept your surrender, and this big brother will spare your lives. The white-eyed wolf stood in the air and looked at the two dark guards overbearingly. Kneel down and accept our surrender? The two dark guards' eyes flashed with cold light. So what if he had a supreme profound meaning? The difference in cultivation was right there. Could he overturn the heavens? Boom! The two dark guards waved their hands and activated their four profound meanings. Sovereigns of the greater realms had already grasped the fifth profound meaning of four laws. Now, the two of them had activated all four of their fifth profundities. It could be seen that they wanted to kill the ingrate. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, "White-eyed wolf, don't be rash. You're not their match. Although I'm not now, this big brother will be able to crush them later." The white-eyed wolf cackled. Boom! In an instant, a huge golden beast shadow rushed out from behind him, crossing the heavens and earth. It looked like a beast god had descended, exuding a great pressure. The two dark guards were shocked. I'll let you see what a true heaven-defying fighting soul is like. Devour! As the white-eyed wolf growled, the golden beast shadow opened its mouth. A gust of wind blew in the area. Waves of blood immediately floated out from the bodies of the two dark guards. What's going on? The two dark guards were bewildered. Qin Dage, what's going on? Yue Qin, who was standing next to Qin Feiyang, was also confused. Watch and you'll know. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. However, if one looked closely, they would see that Qin Feiyang's brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was puzzled about something. The white-eyed wolf was obviously going to activate its second theurgy to deprive the two dark guards of their cultivation. However, the last time the white-eyed wolf activated its theurgy, it was in the third layer of the divine demon forest. At that time, the white-eyed wolf hadn't reached the imperishable realm yet. Everyone knew that the sovereign realm was different from other realms. Ordinary divine arts and divine weapons were useless in the sovereign realm. Only heaven-defying divine arts could be used. Therefore, what Qin Feiyang was puzzled about was whether the white-eyed wolf's second theurgy could deprive the two dark guards of their cultivation. After all, they were both sovereigns. Moreover, the difference in cultivation between the white-eyed wolf and the two dark guards was too great. One was a half-step sovereign and two were late-stage sovereigns. Even if the second theurgy was useful, it probably wouldn't be very effective. As time slowly passed, the two dark guards could clearly sense that more and more blood was flowing out of their bodies. Moreover, their auras seemed to be weakening. Could this be? Their eyes trembled. Although they didn't know what the white-eyed wolf's abilities were, they were still experienced and knowledgeable. They could make some connections from the weakening aura and the loss of blood. But how could this be possible? How could there be such a heaven-defying theurgy in the world? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Chapter 3296. The effect isn't that great. The white-eyed wolf's heart shuddered. He thought that he could easily strip the two of their cultivation, but he didn't expect it to be so strenuous. Hurry up and kill it. One of the shadow guards roared. He had already noticed that not only was his aura and blood, but his cultivation was also slowly slipping away. This must be an innate ability that could strip cultivation. The other shadow guard nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! 8 profound meanings with monstrous divine might charged at the white-eyed wolf. Although they didn't have supreme laws or profound meanings, their cultivation was in front of them. They were at the sovereign realm and had 8 profound meanings, all of which were the 5th profound. Even if the white-eyed wolf had supreme profound meanings, it could only be beaten up. Boom! The white-eyed wolf's eyelids twitched, and the supreme profound of the law of death appeared. The dark red waning moon was like the dusk before the end of the world, leaving behind afterglow that dyed the mountains and rivers. Even the people who had retreated far away couldn't help but feel a fatal chill. Looking at the waning moon from afar, it was as if they were looking at the arrival of the death god. Their hearts trembled. Dusk of the gods. It's only at the half-step sovereign realm and comprehended the supreme profound, one of the strongest laws in the world, the law of death. How did it do it? Everyone's heart was filled with shock. Most importantly, it was a big yellow dog? Why hadn't they heard of a big yellow dog in the Western continent that had comprehended the supreme profound? One had to know that only the big shots of the sky cloud realm had the ability to comprehend the supreme profound. A big yellow dog? No one would believe it if they said it out loud. In an instant, the supreme profound of the law of death collided with the 8 profound meanings. Without any suspense, it was completely crushed, and the waning moon shattered on the spot. The 8 profound meanings charged at the white-eyed wolf with an apocalyptic aura. Unfortunately, even with the supreme profound, it's still not a match for the 2 shadow guards. After all, the difference in cultivation is too great. However, the supreme profound is still very powerful. If this big yellow dog was 1 level stronger, or if the 2 dark guards were 1 level weaker, they would have been killed instantly. People shook their heads in pity, thinking that the white-eyed wolf was doomed to die. Even the two secret guards were the same. Clang. However, at this moment, accompanied by a loud clang, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. It was a heavenly halberd. "Do I need you to meddle in my business?" The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang. "Still not happy?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to retrieve the sky piercer, the white-eyed wolf grinned. He grabbed the sky piercer and charged towards the 6 profound meanings. This looks like Old High's supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact, the dragon's subduing halberd. The pupils of the two secret guards contracted, their eyes filled with bewilderment. That was right. This was the dragon-subduing halberd. However, didn't they hear that Elder Hai had given the dragon-subduing halberd to Nie Xiang during the exchange conference, and it was snatched away by Qin Feiyang? How could it be in this person's hands? The two of them shuddered and looked at Qin Feiyang. They exclaimed, "Are you?" "That's right. I'm the Qin Feiyang you're looking for." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What?" The two secret guards' expressions changed. They looked at the city lord in the distance and shouted, "Inform the deacon immediately that Qin Feiyang is in Jinyuan City." Qin Feiyang. The city lord's expression also changed when he heard this. He quickly took out the divine voice stone. "He's Qin Feiyang?" At the same time, the gazes of the other people also shot towards Qin Feiyang. This fierce person who forced Elder Hai to self-detonate, caused the Blood Hall to suffer losses, and barged into the Nine Dragon Mountain range, was actually in Jinyuan City? Qin Dage. Yueqing's expression also changed when she heard that they were going to inform the Blood Hall's deacon. "Don't panic." Qin Feiyang smiled. He looked at Snow and said, "You stay here and protect Yueqing." After saying this, he took a step forward. As if he had crossed space and time, he appeared in front of the city lord in a few flashes. "So fast." Yueqing whispered. This was definitely a supreme-level support divine technique. That's right. Space-time step was indeed a supreme-level support divine technique. After being improved by the little rabbit, it still had a strong lethality. In other words, this was no longer just a support divine technique. It was a super-killing technique that combined both killing and support. "Give me the divine voice stone." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and looked at the city lord with a smile. The city lord instinctively shook his head. However, when he saw the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly handed over the divine voice stone. Qin Feiyang grabbed the divine voice stone and was about to crush it. However, at this moment, a shadow appeared. Obviously, it must be the deacon. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and raised his head to look at the shadow. It was a middle-aged man about 2 meters tall. His upper body was bare, and he looked extremely valiant. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and asked, "This is the divine voice stone of the city lord of Jinyuan City. Why isn't he talking to me, but you? Who are you?" "Then who are you?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I am the 6th deacon, one of the 10 deacons of the Blood Hall." The middle-aged man said proudly. "6th deacon," Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, "You seem to be very strong?" "Ha!" When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. If he wasn't strong, how could he become a deacon of the Blood Hall? This kid must be sick in the head to ask such a stupid question. At the same time, when the city lord saw that Qin Feiyang's attention was on the 6th deacon, his eyes flashed coldly. He took out a dagger and charged at Qin Feiyang. "You're courting death." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his hand and the law of lightning appeared. It turned into lightning and instantly drowned the city lord like a tide. Ah! With a miserable cry, the city lord was destroyed on the spot. One had to know that Qin Feiyang was now a lesser sovereign, and the city lord was only a half-step sovereign. To Qin Feiyang, wasn't it a matter of seconds? The 6th deacon witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and a monstrous rage appeared on his face. However, without waiting for him to speak, the phantom disappeared. Because the divine sound transmission stone belonged to the city lord, once the city lord died, the contract bridge was gone, and the conversation was naturally interrupted. Qin Feiyang crushed the divine sound transmission stone and looked at the blood mist floating in the void in front of him. For a moment, his heart was filled with emotions. When he first entered the sky cloud realm, half-step sovereigns were godlike existences. When he saw them, he could only run away. But now, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. The gap was a bit big. It seemed that he indeed had the capital to move unhindered in the sky cloud realm. Looking around again, at this moment, everyone in Jinyuan City, including the 4 city guards, was looking at Qin Feiyang with a horrified expression. The city lord was killed in seconds just like that? And in front of the 6th deacon? Wasn't this a naked provocation? Sure enough, he deserved his reputation. He wasn't afraid of anything. At the same time, Yueqing's eyes were also shining with admiration. Although she had known Qin Feiyang for a long time, it was the first time she saw Qin Feiyang really fight. Not to mention his strength, just his courage alone was admirable. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, looked up at the white-eyed wolf, and said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's end this quickly." Understood. The white-eyed wolf responded without looking back. The dragon-subduing halberd was a supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifact. Although it could recover on its own, the white-eyed wolf didn't let it use its full strength. It wanted to rely on its own ability to defeat the two. The golden beast phantom was still crazily devouring the blood of the two. The two could clearly feel that their cultivation was on the verge of falling. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. So fast! Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up and saw a middle-aged man descending from the void above. It was the 6th deacon. "White-eyed wolf, don't fight anymore. Let's go." Qin Feiyang rushed toward Yueqing and Snowflake without hesitation. Looking at Snowflake, he shouted, "Open the space-time passage quickly." Snowflake shook the void, and a space-time passage suddenly appeared. The white-eyed wolf looked up at the 6th deacon, and then at the 2 dark guards. Its eyes were full of unwillingness. But at this moment, the dragon-subduing halberd swept up the white-eyed wolf and rushed toward the space-time passage at lightning speed. The 6th deacon glanced down and fixed his eyes on Qin Feiyang and the others. He shouted, "Stop them!" The 2 dark guards waved their hands, and 8 profound meanings appeared. They rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. "Don't be complacent. I'll take your lives in the future." The white-eyed wolf roared angrily. The crescent moon appeared and blasted toward the 2 dark guards. This is the supreme profound meaning of the law of death, twilight of the gods. Seeing this, the 6th deacon was dumbfounded. How was this possible? A half-step sovereign vicious beast had actually grasped the highest profundities of the strongest law? Was this a dream? Qin Feiyang and the others rushed into the space-time passage one after another. Boom! At the same time, the waning moon also collided with the 8 profound meanings, and it crushed them as easily as crushing dry weeds. Then, the 8 profound meanings bombarded the space-time passage in a frenzy. But at this moment, a blade swept out of the space-time passage, carrying a monstrous power, and blasted toward the 8 profound meanings. This was formed by the dragon-subduing halberd. The 8 profound meanings were finally blocked. The space-time passage quickly closed. Who are they? The 6th deacon came back to his senses and looked at the 2 dark guards. It was too unbelievable. The supreme profound meaning of the law of death, in the entire Western continent, only the Grand Deacon had mastered it. "Sir, didn't you see the dragon-subduing halberd? That man is Qin Feiyang." The 2 dark guards exclaimed. "What? The dragon-subduing halberd? Qin Feiyang?" The 6th deacon was stunned. He was really slow to realize. But he couldn't be blamed. When the city lord sent him a message, the divine voice stone was in Qin Feiyang's hands. At that time, the city lord only wanted to sneak attack Qin Feiyang and earn a reward. He didn't tell the 6th deacon that he was Qin Feiyang. That was why he didn't know until now. As for the dragon-subduing halberd, he didn't pay much attention to it because he was shocked by the supreme profound meaning of the law of death. Hurry up and find them. They must be hiding somewhere nearby. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find them. When he came back to his senses, the sixth deacon roared. The two dark guards immediately led the city lord mansion's guards in all directions. Chapter 3297. I didn't expect them to come to such a remote place. The sixth deacon frowned and took out a voice transmission stone. Boom. So, a black-robed man appeared. It was the Dark Guard commander. Commander, we found them. The sixth deacon had a respectful expression when he faced the Dark Guard commander. Where are they? The Dark Guard commander asked. Jianghu City. But they have already escaped. The sixth deacon frowned. Escaped? The Dark Guard commander raised his eyebrows and shouted, What's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you in advance not to alert the enemy when you find them? It's not me. It's your Dark Guard commander. The sixth deacon felt very innocent. Although he was a deacon of the Blood Hall and had a high position, the Dark Guards were not under his jurisdiction. The Dark Guards of the Blood Hall only recognized one person, and that was the Dark Guard commander. You really can't do anything right. The Dark Guard commander shouted angrily. Calm down first. Although they escaped, I guess that they should be hiding near Jianghu City, so I have already ordered them to search for them. But there is one thing that I find very inconceivable. The sixth deacon said in a deep voice. What is it? The Dark Guard commander was suspicious. Qin Feiyang has a big yellow dog by his side. He actually mastered the supreme profound of the law of death. The sixth deacon said in shock. What? Are you sure you saw the supreme profound of the law of death? The Dark Guard commander also turned pale with fright. I'm sure. The sixth deacon nodded and said, The most important thing is that his cultivation is only at the half-step dominator realm. Half-step dominator realm, the supreme profound of the strongest law, the Dark Guard commander murmured. If it wasn't from the sixth deacon's mouth, he would never believe it. Because it was simply impossible. In the history of the Sky Cloud realm, there had never been such a monster, let alone a fierce beast. Okay. I will go and report to the Hall Master first. The Shadow Guard commander pondered for a while and said something to the sixth deacon. Then he turned off the holy sound transmission stone. When the Dark Guard commander found the Blood Hall Master and learned that the White-Eyed Wolf had mastered the ultimacy, the Blood Hall Master was extremely shocked. He immediately ordered the Dark Guard commander to bring people to Jianghu City. No matter what, they had to find Qin Feiyang. And this time, the focus was no longer on Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the White-Eyed Wolf. He had to be eliminated. To be able to comprehend a supreme profundity at the half-step sovereign level, if such a talent was allowed to continue growing, he would be a greater threat to the Blood Hall than Qin Feiyang and the madman. At the same time, Mad Bull Mountain. Qin Feiyang and Yueqing stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf. Snowflake and the Sky Piercer were also floating on the side. The White-Eyed Wolf, on the other hand, looked annoyed. Look at you. You seem to be at a disadvantage. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. I was at a disadvantage to begin with. The White-Eyed Wolf roared. Then tell me, how are you at a disadvantage? Qin Feiyang looked puzzled. After fighting with them for so long, I still can't kill them. If that's not a disadvantage, then what is? The White-Eyed Wolf snorted. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he said in a speechless manner, That's enough. What's their cultivation level and what's your cultivation level? If it were any other half-step dominator, no, even a low-level dominator would be instantly killed by them. That's right. For you to be able to fight with them for so long, you're already very strong. Yueqing nodded. Don't comfort me. In any case, I'm very injured this time. The White-Eyed Wolf lay on the ground, his face full of displeasure. Qin Feiyang was helpless. How could he still be injured? Back then, as an initial imperishable realm cultivator, he had fought Nie Ziang, an initial imperishable realm cultivator. He had been forced into a desperate situation and had almost lost his life. Compared to him, what was this ingrate? He really didn't know how to be content. Did he really think that he could rely on a supreme profundity to become invincible in the world? 2 late-stage sovereigns, and also secret guards of the Blood Hall. Not to mention a half-step sovereign, even a late-stage sovereign of the same realm might not be their match. But then again, The white-eyed wolf's second innate ability wasn't very effective. After so long, he still couldn't deprive them of their cultivation. White-eyed wolf, is your second innate ability really useful in the sovereign realm? Qin Feiyang asked curiously. Nonsense. Give me a little more time, and I'll definitely be able to deprive them of a minor realm of cultivation. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. In that case, it's still because the difference in cultivation is too great. So, you should hurry up and cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. No, I want to directly deprive them of their power of law, and it has to be a supreme law. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. This guy was too greedy. If he wasn't so greedy, he could really step into the sovereign realm at any time. At that time, although he only grasped the supreme profundity of the death law, he would at least be in existence on the same level as Old Hai and the others. Coupled with the ancient castle and the slaughter zone, was there any place in the sky cloud realm that they couldn't go? They could be completely unscrupulous. However, it was understandable for the white-eyed wolf to have such thoughts. After all, this kind of innate ability was too rare, and there were only 6 chances to fuse it. If it were Qin Feiyang, he would also prioritize the various supreme laws. Yueqing, who was at the side, also vaguely understood some of it. She was extremely shocked. Depriving others of their power of law? Could it be that the Wolf King's death law wasn't comprehended by himself, but was instead plundered from others? And what was the second innate ability that could deprive the cultivation of a sovereign realm? What kind of monster was this Wolf King in front of her? No matter what, you're already considered a true heaven-defying battle soul. It's even more powerful than mine. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with envy. Of course. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. These words weren't to comfort the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang was really envious. Although his Eye of Heaven was one of the top 10 heaven-defying battle souls, it didn't seem to be worthy of the word heaven-defying. Because the Eye of Heaven couldn't replicate heaven-defying techniques and artifacts. Of course. Before coming to the sky cloud realm, the Eye of Heaven was indeed heaven-defying. It could even be said that once the Eye of Heaven was opened, there was no opponent in the world. However, after entering the sky cloud realm, as more and more heaven-defying artifacts emerged, and as more and more profundities appeared, the Eye of Heaven didn't seem to be of much use. Shouldn't a true heaven-defying battle soul be the same as the white-eyed wolf's battle soul and be able to replicate anything? The 6-word divine art was evolving. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul was also evolving. Was it time for his fighting soul to evolve? However, he believed that since it was called a heaven-defying battle soul, it would shine sooner or later. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the white-eyed wolf. Let's move first. This place is too close to Jianghu City. We can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, we'll be found by the Blood Palace sooner or later. Where are we going? Do you know the Western continent? Do you know where it's safe and where it's not? The white-eyed wolf rolled its eyes at him. Qin Feiyang heard this and felt a little awkward. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the dragon's subduing halberd. How could he forget about this guy? It used to be Old Hai's divine artifact, so its understanding of the Western continent must be better than Xingda. I'm really stupid. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and felt very vexed. Qin Dage, why are you scolding yourself for no reason? Yueqing looked at him suspiciously. My brain is rusty. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. You're the one who's rusty. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf and looked at the dragon's subduing halberd. Tell me, which part of the Western continent is safer? At this time, the dragon's subduing halberd pondered for a while and said, I personally think that no place is safe because the Blood Palace must be searching for you all in the Western continent. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, we can't generalize everything. Sometimes, the most dangerous place is undoubtedly the safest place. The dragon subduing halberd said again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought for a while and said in surprise, You mean the 9-Dragon Mountain Range? That's right. Now that the Blood Palace knows that you're around Jianghu City, their main search area will be around Jianghu City. We might as well do the opposite and go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. Because they won't expect us to go to the Sky Dragon Mountain Range at this time. Of course, it's impossible for us to really step into the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. After all, the Sky Dragon Mountain Range is the Blood Palace's territory. If we're discovered, it'll be harder for us to escape. We'll hide near the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. The dragon subduing halberd said. Give me the coordinates. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's go to Maple Valley. There aren't many fierce beasts there and they're not very strong. Even if they discover us, we can get rid of them immediately. The dragon subduing halberd said and gave Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Snowflake and smiled. Snowflake immediately opened a space-time passage. Qin Feiyang and the others retracted their auras and stepped into the passage. In just a moment, they appeared in a valley. The valley was about a few miles long and there were patches of maple trees. The fiery red leaves made the valley look like a sea of fire. Qin Feiyang immediately looked around and didn't see any fierce beasts. There were only a few Eternal Realm beasts. However, they hid their auras, so the fierce beasts didn't discover them. Outside the Maple Valley is the Sky Dragon Mountain Range. You can see it clearly if you stand on the top of the mountain in front. The dragon subduing halberd said. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that the Maple Valley was surrounded by mountains. The mountain in front of them was more than 1,000 feet high and was covered with dense maple trees. They looked like young girls in fiery robes swaying in the wind. Let's go up and have a look. Qin Feiyang took a step and landed on the top of the mountain. The Yueqing and the white-eyed wolf, the two incredible divine artifacts, followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang looked at the top of the mountain and walked toward the cliff in front. When he reached the cliff, his field of vision suddenly widened. In front of him was a stretch of mountains and rivers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Numerous enormous peaks towered into the sky like dragons and tigers, and they emitted a majestic aura that shook one's heart. Chapter 3298. In the mountains, old trees were rooted and ferocious beasts were everywhere. Rapid rivers ran from north to south and disciples of the Blood Hall could be seen from time to time. Strange, suddenly. The weapon spirit of the dragon subduing halberd muttered. What's strange? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at it suspiciously. Look at the edge of the Sky Dragon Mountain Range below. The weapon spirit said. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf and Yueqing looked down. Soon, they found something strange in front of a mountain on the left side below. There were 10 black-robed men, who were obviously the dark guards of the Blood Hall. They were divided into 2 rows, each with 5 people standing straight, but there was a distance between them. No one was guarding here before? And it's meaningless to guard here. Because if you really want to enter the Sky Dragon Mountain Range, you can just teleport in or sneak in from other places. After all, this is not the only way. The weapon spirit of the dragon subduing halberd whispered. Not long after the voice sounded. Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, several disciples of the Blood Hall flew out from the Sky Dragon Mountain Range and landed in front of the 10 men. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Dark Guards." "Are we going out?" One of the Dark Guards asked. "We have to go out for a while." The disciples of the Blood Hall nodded respectfully. The Dark Guard immediately released his divine sense and shrouded the disciples of the Blood Hall. He also took out his Heaven's Eye stone and checked them one by one. After confirming that there was no problem, one of the Dark Guards took out a token and pressed it in the void behind him. Buzz. Immediately, a light curtain appeared between the 10 men and then a light door quickly opened. "This is a special time, be careful," the Dark Guard warned. The disciples of the Blood Hall responded respectfully and stepped into the light door one after another. They then rose into the air and quickly went away. There's a light curtain between them. Yueqing suddenly realized. This is not just a light curtain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked up at the 9 Dragon Mountain Range. He said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the entire 9 Dragon Mountain Range is now covered in a giant barrier." That should be the case. In other words, this is the only entrance and exit. 10 hidden guards, 5 inside the barrier and 5 outside. They are all Paragon sovereigns. Furthermore, we also need their identity plates in order to open the spirit formation," said the weapon spirit of the dragon-subduing halberd. Whoosh! Another moment passed. More than a dozen Blood Hall disciples flew in from the outside. The 5 secret guards outside the barrier released their divine senses to search again. Suddenly, one of the secret guards frowned. He looked at one of the disciples and asked, "You have a spatial divine item?" The disciple nodded. "I want to go in and check," the secret guard said. The disciple didn't resist. Of course, he didn't dare to resist. He obediently accepted the inspection. When the shadow guard walked out of the spatial divine object, he looked at the shadow guard holding the token inside the barrier and nodded. "No problem." At this moment, the secret guard with the token opened the barrier and allowed the disciples to enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range. Even spatial divine objects have to be inspected. This is too strict. There's no other way. Who asked Qin Feyang to be so cunning? If the secret guard didn't do this, he might swagger in front of us. The key is that we don't know that the person standing in front of us is Qin Feyang. So bear with it. When Qin Feyang is caught, the barrier will naturally be removed. The disciples whispered a few words and then dispersed and disappeared into the depths of the mountain range. On the top of the mountain, Qin Feyang and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they didn't decide to sneak into the Blood Hall at that time. Otherwise, no matter how well they hid, they would be found out. This defense was too terrifying. Even spatial divine objects had to be checked inside. It could be said that even a mosquito couldn't fly in now. Now, let's just stay outside and find a way to let Pei Wanli come out by himself. Qin Feyang shook his head and sighed. Although it was a waste of energy and time, there was no other way. In short, before taking action against the Blood Hall, they must first rescue the Mermaid Emperor and the White-Winged Emperor. Otherwise, they would definitely be restrained and might even kill the two. Little Qin Zi, don't forget, there are still the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. The white-eyed wolf reminded. Qin Feyang was stunned, patted his head, and smiled bitterly. "If you didn't mention it, I really would have neglected it." When the Mermaid Emperor and the other 3 left, they brought along the 2 ancestors' heaven-defying divine artifacts, the purple gold dragon ball, the broken sword, the thieving heaven realm, and the 1,000 Phoenix Mountain. These 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were either in the hands of the Ice Dragon or the Blood Hall. The White-Winged Emperor and the Sword Emperor definitely knew. Immediately, he sent a sound transmission to the Sword Emperor. "Senior Sword Emperor, who has the 2 ancestors' heaven-defying divine artifacts now?" It was snatched away by the Ice Dragon. Soon, the Sword Emperor's voice sounded in Qin Feyang's mind. "This bastard. It's just a low-level heaven-defying divine artifact. It's interested in it?" Qin Feyang said in annoyance. "When he kidnapped us, we used these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts to counterattack, so he took them away. I guess it's not worth much in his eyes." The Sword Emperor said. "Even if it's not worth much, we have to get it back. There's also Chang Shui. We must not leave it in their hands like this." Qin Feyang clenched his hands. Although Chang Shui's performance in the past was not very strong now, one had to know that this was his companion divine artifact. Just like the ancient castle, it was definitely not as simple as it looked before. After observing for a while, Qin Feyang brought everyone into the Black Tortoise realm. "This is your space divine artifact? It's too big." Yueqing looked around in surprise. "It's all right." Qin Feyang smiled faintly. "This is what you call all right? You're too modest." Yueqing smiled bitterly. She had never seen such a large space divine artifact. Especially the medicinal herbs and resources here, it was comparable to a divine treasury. "Pai Lupi," Qin Feyang called out. A figure flashed over like lightning and landed beside Qin Feyang. Seeing that he had brought another beautiful woman, Pai Lupi felt a myriad of emotions. The Lord Sovereign was too charming. "Pai Lupi, arrange a place for Yueqing to stay." Qin Feyang smiled and instructed, then transmitted, "Keep an eye on her and don't let her leave the demonic land. Also, Don't tell her anything about the Black Tortoise realm. Pai Lupi's heart trembled. It seemed that the Lord Sovereign did not trust this woman very much. He bowed and said, "Yes. Miss, please follow me." Then, he looked at Yueqing and made an inviting gesture, then walked toward a courtyard not far away. "Won't it be dangerous to leave her here?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Don't worry, I've already warned Pai Lupi." Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to look at the dragon's subduing halberd. He asked, "You've been with Old Hai for so long, so you should know about the situation between Old Hai and the Blood Hall Master, right?" "I know a little," the dragon's subduing halberd replied. "Does the Blood Hall Master have any other children other than his grandson, Pei Wanli? Especially those who care a lot about him?" Qin Feiyang asked. The dragon's subduing halberd pondered for a while and said, "The Blood Hall Master has a son and a daughter called Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu. They both hold important positions in the Blood Hall." "Pei Dason, Pei Hongyu," Qin Feiyang murmured and asked, "How strong are they?" "They've already reached the perfection sovereign realm, but they haven't comprehended the strongest law or the highest profound. In terms of strength, they're considered ordinary among the perfection sovereign realm. As for their positions in the Blood Hall, they're the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master of the Resource Hall. In other words, the entire Blood Hall. No, the entire Western continent's resources are under their control. For example, they're in charge of all the major cities and trading places in the Western continent." The dragon's subduing halberd said. "It's indeed an important position." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Isn't that obvious? Keep the goodies within the family. Things like resources must be given to the most trusted and closest people." The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips. "Pei Wanli is Pei Dason's son and only son. Therefore, not only Pei Dason, but even the Blood Hall Master, as his grandfather, loves him very much." The dragon's subduing halberd said. "Only son?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "What about Pei Hongyu? I heard that Pei Hongyu used to have a daughter, but..." At this point, the dragon's subduing halberd hesitated. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at it suspiciously. "It's like this. Pei Hongyu did give birth to a daughter, but I heard that she met with a disaster not long after she was born and died." The dragon's subduing halberd said. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and asked, "How did she die?" "I don't know about that. I rarely hear them mention this matter. In short, every time I see Pei Hongyu, she has a sad look on her face." The dragon subduing halberd said. "I know." Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. "What do you know?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "It must be that the Blood Hall Master has done too many immoral things and suffered retribution." The white-eyed wolf laughed. "Nonsense." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, "That is to say, in this generation of the Pei family, Pei Wanli is the only son?" The dragon subduing halberd answered. "That's good. The only son must care a lot." The white-eyed wolf laughed evilly. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes and he asked, "What about Elder Hai?" "Old Hai only has a single son. However, this son of his, he has two. But Elder Hai's two grandsons? In the end, they are just like Pei Wanli. They are spoiled and don't live up to expectations, which makes Elder Hai very dissatisfied. Of course, this can't deny Elder Hai's love and care for them." The dragon subduing halberd said. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "What are their names?" "One is called Hai Qingji, and the other is called Hai Qingliang. As for their cultivation, before the last exchange meeting, when I saw them, they were only at the inextinguishable realm." The dragon subduing halberd said. "Then do you know where they might be hiding now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "In the past, they often hung around outside. But now, it's obvious that they're all obediently staying in the Blood Hall." The dragon subduing halberd smiled. "Looks like I'll have two more targets now." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then looked at the snowflake and the dragon subduing halberd and said, "Don't do anything now. Go to the land of origin first." The two divine artifacts answered and went straight to the sky. Besides the dragon subduing halberd, the crimson fire armor, the demon dragon sword, the Qilin divine sword, the Ghost Armor, and the White Phoenix Divine Sword were also in the Land of Origin. Now, there were 20 or 30 divine artifacts in the Land of Origin. There were 3 supreme-level heaven-defying divine artifacts. Almost all of the others had evolved into legendary divine artifacts. Only the heaven-defying divine artifacts that he had snatched from Zhang Santian and the others were still at the pinnacle level. Qin Feiyang didn't ask for much. There were so many divine artifacts. As long as 2 or 3 of them could evolve into Dominator divine weapons in the end, it would be enough. Chapter 3299. If others knew about this idea, they would be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. 2 divine artifacts evolving into Dominator divine weapons? You must be dreaming. 1 sovereign weapon was enough to create a superforce, let alone 2 or 3. If there were so many sovereign weapons, wouldn't they be invincible? For example, the Blood Palace. With the addition of the Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword, as well as the Horsetail Whisk, it could be said that no force in the entire Sky Cloud realm dared to compete with the Blood Palace. The Demon Palace was the best example. Last time, the Blood Palace master brought a group of giants to the Demon Palace in public. If it was before, the Demon Palace would never let it go. What right do you have to bring people to my Demon Palace to act like a tyrant? But in the end, the Demon Palace didn't fight back because the Blood Palace had 3 sovereign weapons. Similarly, if they didn't have the Dragon God Sword and the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword, the Blood Palace wouldn't have the guts to blatantly run to the Demon Palace. At the same time, the Demon Palace tried to be on good terms with Qin Feiyang because Qin Feiyang had a sovereign weapon. Moreover, Qin Feiyang himself also mastered a divine art that could compete with a sovereign weapon. This was equivalent to 2 sovereign weapons. Therefore, as long as the Demon Palace fought with Qin Feiyang, the Blood Palace wouldn't dare to attack the Eastern Continent even if they had 3 sovereign weapons. And the reason why the Divine Palace and the Sacred Palace didn't intervene in the grudge between Qin Feiyang and the Blood Palace in the last exchange was also because of this. They were afraid of offending Qin Feiyang and the Blood Palace, so they might as well play their part and be a foil to watch the performance of Qin Feiyang and the Blood Palace. In short, the appearance of a sovereign weapon could directly affect the situation in the Sky Cloud realm. In fact, the Blood Palace was also quite unlucky. With 3 sovereign weapons, they were fully qualified to be the boss of the Sky Cloud realm. It was definitely not enough to rule the Sky Cloud realm. After all, the Demon Palace, the Sacred Palace, and the Sacred Palace weren't stupid. If the Blood Palace wanted to rule the Sky Cloud realm, then the 3 forces would form an alliance and fight the Blood Palace. Unfortunately, because of the appearance of Qin Feiyang, the Blood Hall not only failed to become the leader of the Sky Cloud realm, but also fell into a state of disrepute. If he was even more like a rat crossing the street, everyone would spurn him. Then again, if it weren't for Qin Feiyang, the Blood Hall wouldn't have been able to obtain the Celestial Dragon God Sword and Ice Dragon Sacred Sword. Before Xingde returned, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle to comprehend the laws of force, war, and wind. As for the law of light, it had to be put aside for the time being. This was because the laws of strength, the laws of war, and the laws of wind were all related to the 6-word divine formula. The return formula, the law of force. The battle symbol formula, the law of war. The movement character art, the law of wind. Through the verification of the kill symbol art and the law of slaughter, it was now certain that the 3 great divine arts were closely related to the power of law. As such, he definitely had to pay special attention to the 3 great laws. Once he comprehended the 5th profundity of these 3 laws, the return, battle, and attainment formulas would all be upgraded to supreme-grade heaven-defying divine arts. How good would that be? Therefore, the law of light naturally had to be put aside. As for the laws of war, the laws of force, and the laws of wind, they weren't very rare. Last time, when Elder Hua, the Vice Alliance leader, the Hall of Famers, Chu Yun, and the Devil Hallmaster were in the Black Tortoise world, they had all explained it. Qin Feiyang was also listening the entire time, so there were many things that he could understand with just a little bit of thought. However, it didn't mean that after listening to the explanation, success would follow naturally. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be as many Perfection Dominator realm experts as dogs? The explanation was just an overview. The key points still had to be found by oneself. In the blink of an eye. Black Tortoise World. 5,000 years had passed. Boom. On this day, a shocking murderous aura rushed out from the ancient castle. Following closely, a blood-colored giant sword appeared out of nowhere, and a terrifying murderous aura enveloped the Devil's Land, shocking everyone. This is the fifth profundity of the law of slaughter, heaven punishing. Yi Tian walked out of the courtyard, his eyes filled with envy. Accompanied by an arrogant laughter, Madman rushed out of the ancient castle and stood in the air above the ancient castle, his aura crazily rising. Boom. In just a few breaths, his aura broke through the shackles of Initial Dominator and stepped into the ranks of Initial Dominator. So it's him. Sigh. Compared to these two guys, the #1 genius of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, is really a joke. Yi Tian shook his head. Before Qin Feiyang and Madman appeared, he still felt that he was not bad, and that he was worthy of the title of genius. But now, looking at Qin Feiyang and Madman who were constantly growing, the pride in his heart had disappeared. So-called geniuses were nothing but a joke. However, he also knew that these two monsters couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes at all. If he were to really compare with them, sooner or later he would lose all confidence. So, he was just envious. There weren't many emotions like jealousy. As for confidence, he definitely couldn't lose it. If he lost his confidence, it would be terrible. Once his confidence was gone, his life would be over. In short, he couldn't compare with the top, but he was more than enough to compare with the bottom. There was no need to compare with these two monsters. From this point, it could be seen that Yi Tian's temperament was indeed not bad. Old Qin, I have also broken through, where are you? Come out and spar with me. Madman was in high spirits. Right now, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Even the true genius disciples of Demon Hall, Blood Hall, Deity Hall, and Sky Hall, he didn't care about them except for Qin Feiyang. In his eyes, among the younger generation, only Qin Feiyang was worthy of being his brother and opponent. However, facing Madman's clamor, Qin Feiyang didn't want to pay attention to him at all. So what if he broke through? What was there to be proud of? It was as if no one had broken through before. Boring. Madman put away the law of slaughter and glanced below. His gaze suddenly fell on Yi Tian as he chuckled. You actually stayed in the Black Tortoise World? Can't I? Yi Tian pursed his lips. Sure. But cultivating every day is boring. Come, let's spar and add some spice to our lives. Madman laughed and the law of slaughter suddenly emerged as he charged towards Yi Tian. Spar with you? Are you stupid or am I stupid? Yi Tian rolled his eyes and directly turned to enter the wooden building. Hey, didn't you ask old Qin to tell me to spar with you? Now I'm looking for you, but you don't agree. What's the meaning of this? Madman's expression stiffened as he hurriedly shouted. Yi Tian, who had just entered the wooden building, paused his footsteps. After pondering for a while, he turned and walked into the courtyard. That's true, we should end this. Great. Madman laughed. Before they even started, his fighting spirit was already boiling as he said, Here or somewhere else? Yi Tian glanced at the Devil's Land, thought for a while, and said, Let's go somewhere else. Then let's go to the Western region. There's no one there. Even if you lose, it won't be a shame. Madman laughed and looked at the ancient castle below as he shouted, Old Qin, come out and send us to the Western region. Qin Feiyang strode out of the ancient castle and looked at Yi Tian from afar. With a wave of his hand, the two disappeared without a trace. He didn't follow. Yi Tian was also a person who cared about his face, so no matter if he won or lost, he didn't want others to know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to go somewhere else. They want to fight one-on-one? At this time, the white-eyed wolf ran over with a jar of Xuanwu divine wine and asked, N. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then why are you still standing here? Let's go and take a look. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of excitement. What's there to see? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and frowned. I'm most worried about Xingda. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? Don't worry. 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise World is only 5 days outside. The white-eyed wolf drank a mouthful of the divine wine and waved his paws. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He probably wouldn't be able to find anything in 5 days. The white-eyed wolf suddenly frowned, turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely, and asked, "Have you established a contract with Xingde?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "No, how do you want him to contact you?" The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang said, "Although I don't, Yi Tian must have established a contract with him. If he can't contact me, he will naturally contact Yi Tian." "Brother, how could I forget about this?" The white-eyed wolf patted his head. "I think you drank too much and your brain short-circuited." Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. All he knew was to drink Xuanwu divine wine. Fortunately, the 5-clawed golden dragon and the other drunkards were in seclusion to comprehend the profound laws. Otherwise, the Xuanwu divine wine that was brewed would not be enough for these guys to squander. About half an hour later, Yi Tian and Madman returned with many wounds on their bodies. Obviously, when they were sparring, Madman suppressed his cultivation. But after this battle, the relationship between the two seemed to have changed, because there was a trace of bright smile on their faces. "Look at you two, you went to fight, and you actually developed feelings for each other?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the two in astonishment. "What do you know? Yi Tian and I appreciate each other and regret that we didn't meet earlier." Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf with disdain. "Appreciate each other?" The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and sneered, "I think it's more like you two are birds of a feather. How about it? Puan?" "It's none of your business, don't ask." Madman waved his hand. "Still want to keep it a secret?" The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not answer and only smiled faintly. From the expression of the two, it was impossible to tell who won and who lost. However, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the white-eyed wolf, they both leaned towards Madman. That was because they all knew Madman and Yi Tian's strength very well. Especially Qin Feiyang, who had fought against Yi Tian before. So, in terms of winning rate, even if Madman had suppressed his cultivation, his chances of winning would still be greater. But there were always accidents. What if Yi Tian still had other tricks up his sleeve? After all, Yi Tian was not an ordinary person. So, the two did not say it personally, so it was hard to judge. However, from the smile on their faces, winning or losing was no longer important. Just as the ingrate had said, the two of them had gained a rare friendship through this competition. Chapter 3300. Just as Yi Tian was about to return to his courtyard, Qin Feiyang suddenly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Yi Tian turned around and looked at him in confusion. "Can you help me contact Xingde and ask him where he is now?" Qin Feiyang said. Yi Tian nodded and took out the Divine Voice Stone. However, after activating the Divine Voice Stone, Xingde still did not reply. "What's going on?" Yi Tian could not help but frown. Qin Feiyang, white-eyed wolf, and mad scientist looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "Let me try again." Yi Tian looked at the two people and the wolf and said. He then sent a few more messages to Xingde, but the results were the same. "This doesn't make sense. Every time I send a message to Xingde, he always replies immediately." Yi Tian's brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly his expression changed. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the ingrate. He asked in surprise, "Could it be that something happened to the criminal investigation unit?" The two people and the wolf could not help but feel their hearts sink. If this was the Eastern continent, there would definitely be no accidents. However, this was the Western continent, the Blood Hall's territory. Once Xingde's whereabouts were exposed, he would definitely be hunted down by the Blood Hall. Yi Tian pondered for a while and looked at the two people and the wolf. "Let's not scare ourselves first. He might have encountered some situation and is temporarily unable to reply to us." That's right. Xingde has the strength of a peak sovereign. Even if he encounters the Blood Hall's people, he will definitely be able to protect himself. Moreover, his contract bridge is still there. At least he is still alive. Mad Scientist nodded. "Then let's wait a little longer." Xingde was the person that Master trusted the most. Although Master would not blame him if something happened to Xingde, he would blame himself. Therefore, nothing must happen to him. Next, Qin Feiyang was no longer in the mood to cultivate. He left the Black Tortoise realm alone and stood at the peak of a mountain. He concealed his aura and looked at the 9-dragon mountain range from afar. Time passed day by day. On the 10th day, Qin Feiyang secretly asked Yi Tian. Yi Tian told him that he still could not contact Xingde. What's going on? Qin Feiyang could not help but feel irritated. Did Xing accidentally fall into the Blood Hall's hands? But that's not right. If De Xing had really fallen into the Blood Hall's hands, then the Blood Hall would definitely try to contact him. They wouldn't be so quiet. That's right. These days, the 9-dragon mountain range was relatively quiet. Except for the disciples of the Blood Palace, none of the important figures of the Blood Palace showed up. Even the commander of the Dark Guards who had gone to Jinyuan City was nowhere to be seen. No. I have to return to Mad Bull Mountain to take a look. Evening. Qin Feiyang couldn't sit still anymore. He called Snowflake out and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to Mad Bull Mountain." Brother Qin, Chief Xing has sent a message back. But at this moment, Yi Tian's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and quickly asked, "Did you tell him that we're in Maple Leaf Valley?" He also knows the location of Maple Valley and is on his way. However, according to him, his current location is very far from Maple Valley and he will only arrive at Maple Valley in the early morning. Yi Tian said, "So far?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then send him a message now and ask him to give me the coordinates. I'll go pick him up." Yi Tian responded. After a while, he said he's waiting for you at 7 Tigers Mountain. And told Qin Feiyang the coordinates. Got it. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. He looked at Snowflake and said with a smile, "I'm not going to Mad Bull Mountain. I'm going to 7 Tigers Mountain." 7 Tigers Mountain. This was a giant mountain that was tens of thousands of feet high. At the top of the giant mountain, there were 7 short peaks that were more than 100 feet high. Each of them was shaped like a giant tiger, so it was called 7 Tigers Mountain. On one of the peaks, a middle-aged man stood at the edge of the cliff. There was no aura around his body. Like a ghost, he blended into the night. This person was Chief Xing, who had been missing for 10 days. However, at this moment, there was a trace of excitement on his face. Suddenly, in the sky, a space-time passage silently appeared. Following closely, a white-clothed young man walked out. He was also like a ghost, and no aura could be felt from him. "Young master, I'm here." Chief Xing hurriedly waved his hand at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and saw that Chief Xing was unharmed. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he took a step forward and landed in front of Chief Xing. He frowned and said, "What happened? I kept sending you messages, but you didn't reply." This, Chief Xing smiled embarrassedly and said in a low voice, "I threw the divine sound transmission stone into the spatial divine item, so I didn't notice." Spatial divine item? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Spatial divine items shouldn't be too rare for people at my level, right? Chief Xing smiled. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. It was normal for a perfection dominator to have a spatial divine item. Then he asked doubtfully, "Then why did you throw the divine sound transmission stone into the spatial divine item?" "To tell you the truth, I was afraid that someone would send me messages." Chief Xing said. "Did something happen?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Otherwise, why would he be afraid that someone would send him messages? These days, I've been asking around a lot of things, such as Pei Wanli and Old Hai's 2 grandsons. Chief Xing nodded. "Hai Qingji, Hai Qingliang." Qin Feiyang smiled. "How did you know?" Chief Xing was stunned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We neglected the dragon subduing halberd. It's Old Hai's divine item, so it must know about the Blood Palace's situation." "Yes." Chief Xing smiled in astonishment. He really didn't think about the dragon subduing halberd. He then said, "Then, does it know where Pei Wanli and the others are now?" "We've discussed it and agreed that they're all in the Blood Palace. After all, The Blood Palace is currently the safest place for them. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wrong. Chief Xing shook his head. Wrong? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Chief Xing nodded and was about to explain. Wait a moment. I'll get senior brother Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf to come out first so that you don't have to explain to them again later. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf appeared out of thin air. Little Frenzy, this aura of yours? Chief Xing looked at the Frenzy in shock. Why don't we compete as well? The Frenzy grinned. Chief Xing shook his head speechlessly. What a battle maniac. He then said, your progress is getting more and more frightening. Even if there was a 1 day or 1,000 years time array, it shouldn't be so fast. Why was that? Indeed, the time array was just one aspect. For Qin Feiyang and the others, the gate of potential was their greatest reliance. After opening the gate of potential, their comprehension and potential would be countless times stronger than others. Naturally, their comprehension of laws would be faster than others. However, things like the potential pill couldn't be revealed for the time being. Because in terms of value, the potential pill was even more valuable than a sovereign weapon. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly froze. Elder Huachu Yun and the Devil Hall's Hallmaster had traveled the entire Black Tortoise world and learned about his past. Then, they should know about the existence of the potential pill, right? Because in the Black Tortoise world, the potential pill wasn't a secret. There were many such pills in the Divine Treasury. And in the past few years, many people in the Black Tortoise world had obtained the potential pill from the Divine Treasury. Therefore, Elder Hua and the others should know about it by now. But why didn't they mention it to him? Logically speaking, when they found out that the Black Tortoise world had pills that could open the gate of potential, they should immediately associate it with the alchemy scripture and raise their doubts to Qin Feiyang. But why didn't they say anything? This matter needs to be investigated. Qin Feiyang immediately ordered Pai Lupi and Theta Wang to investigate this matter. If Elder Hua and the others had really inquired about the potential pill in the Black Tortoise world, then with Pai Lupi and Theta Wang's status and influence in the Black Tortoise world, it would be easy for them to find out. Young master, what's wrong? Xingda looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. When the white-eyed wolf and madman heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang. As expected, their complexion wasn't good. It's nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Speak. Logically speaking, the Blood Hall is indeed the safest place. But for Pei Wanli and the others, it's also the most dangerous place. Xingda said. The most dangerous place? The two people and one wolf looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. That's right. Think about it, when we came to the Western continent, what was our goal? Xingda asked. It's definitely the Blood Hall. The white-eyed wolf said without hiding anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people and one wolf revealed a look of realization. So that's the case. That's right. Their goal was the Blood Hall. If they brought the sovereign divine weapon and directly charged into the Blood Hall, it would definitely be a bloodbath. If Pei Wanli and the others stayed in the Blood Hall, it would naturally be dangerous. Therefore, although the Blood Hall seemed safe, it was actually the most dangerous place. Actually, at the beginning, I didn't think of this point and thought that they were all in the Blood Hall. However, when I found Wang Dafu and heard his analysis, I suddenly realized something. A rare trace of a smile appeared on Xingda's face. Wang Dafu? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who is this? Oh right, I haven't told you. This Wang Dafu is a member of our Rogue Cultivator Alliance. However, he has been hiding in the Western continent to investigate the Blood Hall. Xingda said. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Don't underestimate this Wang Dafu. He's very strong. He's a great perfection sovereign. However, he usually keeps a low profile, so the people in the Blood Hall didn't pay much attention to him. Moreover, he seems to be very loyal to the Blood Hall on the surface. He even has a good relationship with Old Hai. Xingda laughed. He's that powerful? Qin Feiyang, Xingda, and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. A spy of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance actually had a good relationship with Old Hai? This method was really extraordinary. At the same time, All the spies of our rogue cultivator alliance in the Western continent are under Wang Dafu's command. In short, he's the leader here. Everyone under him has to listen to him. This Wang Dafu has another identity that you probably wouldn't even dream of. Even in our rogue cultivator alliance, only Xingde, and I know about it. Xingde said. So mysterious? What's his identity? The two people and the wolf looked at him curiously. Chapter 3301. Xingde looked at Qin Feiyang and said, he's your master's sworn brother, which means he's your martial uncle. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was actually his master's sworn brother? That was indeed amazing. Wait a minute. Since Wang Dafu is Old Ye's sworn brother, doesn't that mean he also knows about Old Ye's rebellion? If he knows, then is he colluding with the Blood Hall? Madman suddenly asked. Wang Dafu indeed knows. However, Lord Vice Alliance leader held back. In the past, although Lord Vice Alliance leader cooperated with the Blood Hall, Lord Vice Alliance leader didn't really trust the Blood Hall. Thus, Lord Vice Alliance leader never mentioned his relationship with Wang Dafu to the Blood Hall. Lord Vice Alliance leader and Wang Dafu became sworn brothers when they were young. Wang Dafu wasn't a member of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the past and didn't appear in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance afterward. Thus, those who aren't familiar with them wouldn't be able to verify their relationship. Xingde said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Therefore, you guys don't have to worry about Wang Dafu. He's someone you can absolutely trust. Lord Vice Alliance leader has already sent him a message, telling him about our situation. He also expressed that he will support us unconditionally. Xingde said. That's good. The two men and one wolf heaved a sigh of relief. After we found Wang Dafu, after a discussion, he directly made a bold guess. Pei Wanli and the others might not be in the Blood Hall. Because our target is our target, the outside world will become the safest place. Therefore, these people are most likely hiding in a remote place. Thus, Wang Dafu got his subordinates to investigate. At the same time, we were afraid that the spies of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance might not be enough. Thus, we contacted Dong Xiaoyun, and the two of us joined forces to conduct a secret investigation in the Western land. Xingde said. Who is Dong Xiaoyun? Madman was doubtful. Dong Xiaoyun is from the Demon Hall. Like Wang Dafu, he's in charge here. Xingde explained. I see. I didn't expect the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Demon Hall to actually join forces. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Isn't this all because of you guys? Otherwise, how could there be such a harmonious scene now? Similarly, we also have to thank Dong Xiaoyun because the Devil Hall's influence here is much greater than our Rogue Cultivator Alliances. Xingdao. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, and then? Pei Wanli and the others are really well hidden. After searching for 2 or 3 days, I couldn't find any trace of them at all. Even I want to give up. After that, Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyun, and I got together and discussed it. Wang Dafu suggested that we should just stop searching and wait. As Boss Xing spoke, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seemed that Wang Dafu's suggestion was very wise. How? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Have all of our subordinates enter the various towns and cities to keep watch. Even if it's an unknown town, we can't let it go. Because Wang Dafu suggested that it was impossible for a playboy like Pei Wanli to hide forever. He would soon lose his patience and run out of town to seek pleasure. As expected, on the night of the 4th day, someone reported that they saw Pei Wanli, Hai Qingji, and Hai Qingliang in a small town. Boss Xing's eyes flickered. They're really outside. Qin Feiyang, Dong Xiaoyun, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other in dismay. This Wang Dafu was truly an expert. Especially when it came to the characters of playboys, he was incomparably thorough. After that, our men followed Pei Wanli and the others and entered a large mountain. There were more than a dozen households there. Then Wang Dafu, Dong Xiaoyun, and I personally went there and hid in the vicinity for several days. Finally, we confirmed their identities. Blood Hall's Hall Master, Old Hai, and the families of the great deacons were all there. Boss Xing laughed. They were all there? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Even the great deacon's widow was there. However, people like Pei Hongyu and Pei Dason were all perfection sovereigns and had many secret guards protecting them. Therefore, we didn't dare to act rashly. We first came back to report to you and ask you to make a decision. Boss Xing said. The heavens are really helping me. Bro, well done. Qin Feiyang patted Boss Xing's shoulder with a face full of joy. He originally thought that Boss Xing might have encountered a mishap, but he didn't expect him to bring back such great news. Brother? Boss Xing was stunned and quickly shook his head. You can't do that. I said you can do it, so you can do it. This is a great merit. When I return, I'll definitely tell Master and let him reward you handsomely. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others were really cunning. They actually moved all their families out. However, it was proven that his men were still a step ahead. Qin Feiyang really wanted to meet this Wang Defu. How could there be such a shrewd person? He was simply a divine foresight. Forget about the reward. I can be where I am today because of the Vice Alliance Master. Moreover, this is all thanks to Wang Defu and Dong Xiaoyan. I'm just basking in their glory. Boss Xing shook his head. Where are Wang Defu and Dong Xiaoyan now? I'm very interested in them. Qin Feiyang asked. What a coincidence. They're also interested in you and told me to tell you that no matter what, you have to make a trip to Rich's restaurant to meet them. Boss Xing, Rich's restaurant. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Rich's restaurant is the largest restaurant in the Western land. It can be found in all major cities, and the owner of Rich's restaurant is Wang Defu. Boss Xing smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Actually, it was Wang Defu who took the initiative to contact me. Because there's a Rich's restaurant in Jinyuan City. At that time in Jinyuan City, the Wolf King fought with the two secret guards and exposed our identities. At that time, the house master of the Fuguei Tower in Jinyuan City was among the crowd. He saw us with his own eyes and reported to Wang Defu. Boss Xing, in other words, the owners of Rich's restaurant in all major cities are from our Rogue Cultivator Alliance? Qin Feiyang asked. Boss Xing nodded. Amazing. All right, let's go to Rich's restaurant now. Give it the coordinates. Qin Feiyang pointed to Xue, who was at the side. What about Pei Wanli and the others? Boss Xing was doubtful. It won't take long. Besides, with the secret guards protecting them, I can't kill my way in directly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Don't you have the slaughter domain and the ancient castle? Boss Xing asked. You still don't know the temper of a sovereign divine weapon? It's not something I can control. It will only act when the other party has a sovereign divine weapon. As for the slaughter domain, it hasn't been long since I activated the slaughter domain on White Crane Island. Although the blood of the Western land can allow me to activate it once more, we have to be prepared. What if something happens at that time? So, just in case, I have to gather enough blood to activate the slaughter domain twice before I can act without restraint. And it's best if it's before midnight. Because it can be activated before midnight, it can be activated again after midnight. In other words, it can be activated twice consecutively. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. In other words, you can only activate the slaughter domain once a day? Boss Xing asked. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. That's true. After all, the slaughter domain is too heaven-defying. If it can be activated at any time, wouldn't it be invincible? Boss Xing smiled bitterly. Even if it can be activated at any time, how can I find so much blood? You don't know how much blood is needed to activate the slaughter domain, especially during the battle with the sovereign divine weapon. If it weren't for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world who selflessly contributed their blood, I wouldn't have the chance to activate the slaughter domain. Therefore, I won't allow anyone to have any ideas about the Black Tortoise world, and I won't allow anyone to harm the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. They have helped me too much. Qin Feiyang sighed. Without the creatures of the Black Tortoise world, he wouldn't be who he was today. Whether it was humans or beasts, they had given him a new lease of life. It could be said that the kindness he owed them was something he couldn't repay in his lifetime. Therefore, he could only use his life to protect everyone. If someone insisted on killing them, they would have to step over his dead body first. Hearing these words, Boss Xing finally understood why so many people and ferocious beasts followed Qin Feiyang so wholeheartedly. There was no exploitation, no deception, only true feelings. Facing those who had helped him, he would think of ways to repay them. Heart to heart. Love to spread love. This was the way this kid handled things. Thinking back to the vice leader, he really made a wise decision this time. He decisively turned around and turned over a new leaf. Otherwise, where else could he find such a responsible disciple who also knew how to be grateful? Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Boss Xing nodded his head and told Snowflake the coordinates. Madman suddenly asked, "Are these coordinates safe?" "These coordinates are absolutely safe. It leads to Wang Dafu's private cultivation room. For safety reasons, Wang Dafu told me to meet him in his private cultivation room if I wanted to find him." Boss Xing said. All right. Madman nodded his head. Snowflake opened the space-time law, and a passage appeared. Then, the group entered the space-time passage without changing their appearance. So, they descended into a dark stone room. The stone room was sealed. There was only one stone door, and the stone door was also completely closed. However, this cultivation room was quite big. Just the hall in the center was 500 to 600 feet. There were exquisite tea tables and chairs. Behind the hall, there was a landscape painting. The strokes were bold and lifelike. Next to it, there were 4 rooms half hidden. One of them was a cultivation room, another was a lounge, and there was also an alchemy room. Alchemy room? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He asked, "This Wang Dafu is also an alchemist?" "Not only an alchemist, but also a wine master." Xing pointed at the last room. The stone door of that room was also tightly shut. He said, "This is his private wine cellar. There's even a type of divine wine in there. When he brought me here, I even tasted it." "Divine wine?" The white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. "Be honest." Qin Feiyang stared at it, then glanced at the empty hall and asked, "Where is he?" "He should be busy in the restaurant. I will send him a message." Boss Xing took out the sound transmission god stone. Chapter 3302. After a while, the door of the training room opened. "Haha, that's my little martial nephew." Accompanied by a heroic laugh, a middle-aged fatso wearing a purple robe strode in. He was not an ordinary fat man. His entire body was probably 250 pounds, and his height was only 1.7 meters. He had a big belly and was wearing gold and silver all over his body. "This is the Wang Dafu you were talking about?" The madman looked at the fat middle-aged fatso with a look of astonishment. Cough cough. Xing coughed and said in a low voice, "You can't judge a person by his appearance." The corner of the madman's mouth twitched. This broad waist, fat, he looked like a nouveau riche. No matter how you look at him, he did not look like a shrewd old fox. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Snowflake were also astonished. This was a completely different person from the Wang Dafu they had imagined. Wang Dafu glanced at them and his gaze quickly fell on Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "Not bad, impressive appearance, a talented person, a dragon among men." Qin Feiyang laughed and cupped his hands. "Greetings, martial uncle." Wang Dafu waved his hand and said, "We're family, no need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can also call me Big Brother." "Big Brother?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course not, we can't mess up the seniority." "Ah." Wang Dafu smiled and waved his hand. The stone door of the training room closed. He then looked at the madman and said, "You must be that little madman. What advice do you have?" The madman laughed. "Advice?" Wang Dafu was slightly stunned. Looking at the madman's cynical smile, he laughed and said, "Interesting, interesting. Sit, don't be so formal, just treat this as your own home." The key point was, Qin Feiyang, the madman, White-Eyed Wolf, was he a formal person? Obviously not. "Old Wang, I heard that you have divine wine in your wine cellar?" White-Eyed Wolf approached Wang Dafu and chuckled. Wang Dafu was astonished. He really wasn't polite at all. He immediately came up with the idea of drinking his divine brew. No matter what, you are still a martial uncle. Don't make us look down on you. In other words, if you don't take out a few dozen jars of divine wine to entertain them, you'll be letting down your seniority. Do people at the level of martial uncle have to be looked up to? Wang Dufu looked at it in confusion. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He had actually been checkmated. This fatso was interesting. The meaning behind his words was obvious. So what if he looked down on me? Do you think I care? It was a little shameless. Just kidding, just kidding. No matter what, people of the older generation like me have to pretend to be virtuous and prestigious in front of you juniors, right? Just you wait. Wang Defu laughed and walked towards the wine cellar. Pretend to be virtuous and prestigious? Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other, extremely speechless. This martial uncle's personality was a little too arrogant. However, there was one thing that was quite to their liking. He didn't put on airs and didn't put on airs. It was clearly the first time they met, but there was no sense of unfamiliarity. It was probably because of his personality that he could do well in the Western continent. In short, their first impression was very good. After a while, Wang Defu walked out with a wine jar. The wine jar was the size of a bucket and was covered with a thick layer of dust. From the surface, it looked like an old antique that had been covered in dust for many years. It was completely unremarkable. However, the white-eyed wolf's eyes were glowing with green light, and his saliva was flowing out. Since Wang Defu was carrying it out, it must be a divine brew. Brother, come and help. The white-eyed wolf immediately ran up and snatched the wine jar from Wang Defu's hand before he could react. Drunkard. Wang Defu was stunned and slowly spat out these two words. He sat in front of the chair and looked at Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, and Xingde. What are you still standing there for? Sit, we're family, don't be so polite. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. They walked over and each sat on a chair. The white-eyed wolf hugged the wine jar and placed it on the coffee table. He blew at the wine jar, and the dust immediately flew all over the room. Hey, can you be more refined? Frenzy looked at him with dissatisfaction. Refined? Let's see if you can still be refined when you open this wine jar. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes at Frenzy and opened the lid. A rich wine aroma immediately rushed out. Along with the wine aroma, a translucent dragon rushed out. Wine turned into a dragon. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Frenzy's eyes also lit up. It was indeed a divine brew. See, you can't stay calm anymore. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Frenzy and chuckled. Look too much. Frenzy glared at him and leaned forward to smell it. His face immediately showed an intoxicated expression. Although the wine is good, you can't drink too much. Wang Defu was half lying on the chair. His fat head and big ears looked like a Maitreya Buddha, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, he was slightly stunned. He didn't have any reaction at all after seeing the divine brew. Xingde said, I forgot to tell you that your martial nephew is completely uninterested in wine. There's a young man who isn't interested in wine? Wang Defu was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was looking at a monster. That's my nature. I've embarrassed myself in front of Uncle Master. Qin Feiyang smiled. No. I heard that you and little Tian get along very well. I was a little confused at first, but now it seems that you two have the same personality. Wang Defu smiled. Little Tian was naturally referring to Yi Tian. Qin Feiyang said, Big brother Yi is also in the Black Tortoise world now. If martial uncle wants to see him, I can ask him to come out. Forget it. I heard from Big Brother that little Tian went to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate, so I won't disturb him. Wang Defu waved his hand. The Big Brother he was talking about was naturally the Vice Alliance leader. Qin Feiyang nodded. While the two of them were talking, Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf had already started drinking. The entire room was filled with the fragrance of wine. This Frenzy was still an alcoholic after all. It's good to be young. Looking at the man and wolf fighting over the wine, Wang Defu shook his head and smiled. There was a hint of emotion on his face. Everyone has a time when they are young. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Back then your master and I were like them, fighting over everything we saw. But even if we fought until our heads bled, it didn't affect our relationship at all. In the blink of an eye, you young people have all grown up, and we have also grown old. Time really flies. Wang Dafu said with a smile. We grew up because of your protection. Let's not talk about anything else. We will continue to pass on your spirit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Spirit? Forget it. Your master and I have already made a big mistake. Don't take us as an example. But you really make me admire you. The Blood Hall has schemed against you time and time again, but in the end, they failed and suffered losses in your hands time and time again. They even lost a sovereign divine weapon and the Blood Hall's great deacon. To be honest, when I learned about these things, I didn't believe it. How can a young man like you have such ability? But now that I look at it, I have to admit that the new generation excels the old. Wang Dafu shook his head with a smile and asked, What's your next plan? Of course it's to capture Pei Wanli and the others. Qin Feiyang said without hesitation. Wang Dafu pondered for a while and nodded. These people are the family members of the Blood Hall's big shots. Capturing them can indeed make the Blood Hall hesitate, but, at this point, Wang Dafu frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he said with a smile, Martial uncle, it's fine. I know very well that the big shots of the Blood Hall are all vicious and merciless people. Especially the Blood Hall's Hall Master and Old High. If you really push them too far, they may not care about the lives of these people. So, you must know your limits and don't cross their bottom line. Otherwise, it will only be counterproductive. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for you. Wang Dafu warned. Know my limits, Qin Feiyang murmured. It was not difficult to understand what he meant. These people were indeed very good bargaining chips, but no matter how good a bargaining chip was, there was a limit to its value. For example, an item that cost 1 yuan could only be exchanged for 1 yuan. If you took something that cost 1 yuan and ran to the other party to exchange it for 2 yuan, the other party would definitely not agree. Although people and money could not be compared, the principle was the same. Therefore, even if you captured these people, you could not make excessive demands in front of the Blood Hall. If you asked the big shots of the Blood Hall to exchange their lives for something, they would definitely not agree, and in the end, it would be a life and death struggle. I believe that you know your limits. Wang Dafu smiled and then said, As for the people you are looking for, actually, I have been secretly helping to investigate these days. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wang Dafu, his eyes full of expectation. I'm sorry, I really did not find any clues about this matter. Also, the Alliance Master and the 2 divine beasts seemed to have disappeared from the world. Wang Dafu shook his head. Qin Feiyang lowered his head in disappointment. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Martial uncle, do you think they are now imprisoned in the Blood Hall, or transferred to another place like Pei Wanli and the others? I have thought about it, but it is really difficult to judge this matter. Because the Alliance Master, the 2 divine beasts, and the people you are looking for are fundamentally different from Pei Wanli and the others. Pei Wanli and the others are their relatives. The Alliance Master and the 2 divine beasts are the opponents they want to subdue. As for the people you are looking for, they are the bargaining chips in their hands. It is possible that the Blood Hall Master will keep them by his side and watch over them personally. It is also possible that he will transfer them away. Let's not talk about other things for now. Even if they were transferred away, it would not be as easy to find them as Pei Wanli and the others. Pei Wanli and the others are impatient. They can come out and take a walk, so we can find a chance to find them. But the Alliance Master and the others can't. They are imprisoned and will never appear in front of people. Wang Dafu sighed.